Hello friends, welcome again. Sumit this side. A lot of people have been asking me that Sumit sir, please make videos around Python and put it on YouTube. So what I have done is I understand Python is a very important thing for data engineers, data analysts, data scientists. So I have designed around 6 hours of high quality content. You will not even get it this kind of content in paid courses also, right? And I understand that the major topics in Python is the Python data structure where we talk about list, tuple, dictionary, and set. So I've covered these in extreme depth along with some language fundamentals, and I have taken a lot of industry use cases. I'm sure if you do this, you will gain a lot of confidence and you can do your day to day work. You can perform really well in interviews, and this should boost up your confidence a lot. Also, I'm planning to bring a lot of new content around data engineering space. So if you have not subscribed to my channel, do subscribe now and you will find a lot of value coming your way. So with this, let's get started with the videos. Hello friends, this is Sumit and I'm super excited to start the free Python course, right? And as I have mentioned, this will be even better than the paid courses which you would have purchased. Now, if you do not know me, uh, to let you know, I teach data engineering and I offer big data courses. I have released my SQL playlist on YouTube, which is super hit. If you have not seen it yet, I would highly encourage to see it, and the link for that is in my comment section. Now, if you have not yet subscribed to my channel, do subscribe now so that you do not miss out on any important updates. So let's get started. Now, this course is for whom all, right? Ideally, this course is for all the IT folks, all the IT folks, but I am more targeting it towards the data niche, right? And I would be mainly focusing on data engineers, data analyst, data analyst, data scientist. That means people who are working on machine learning and all. However, even though I'm targeting more towards data folks, but this course is certainly going to help all the IT professionals. And Python is used at various places like automation, scripting, web development, and much more. But my main target is this. However, this should help everyone. So let's get started, right? So, by the way, since I'm targeting for these folks, I say this course is Python for data folks. Python for data folks, right? But most of the things would be on similar lines. For example, now in web development, there is a very well known framework, Django, right? We won't be covering because it's not needed for us. So we will be covering things which are required for data engineers, data analysts, data scientists, and mainly data engineers, because this is what I am catering to for several years. So let's get started without any delay. You might have a very first question. Sumit sir, you said that this course will be in detail. Will this course be enough to crack interviews if they ask me any Python related questions? Will this course be enough? Very first question you should be having in your mind. I would say 100%. This course should be enough, and you should not be seeing anything apart from this in your Python learning if you are looking to crack or go for a data engineering interview or data analyst or data scientist, right? But again, mainly targeting towards data engineers, as I mentioned. Fine. So I think this should have given you good confidence that you should stick to this course and you should not leave it in between. Okay. So, why Python? If you are here to learn Python, then probably you would be having a fair enough understanding that Python is in great demand. Great demand. It's in huge demand because this is something which is used in most of the places, in most of the domains, and Python is has taken up over all the other languages significantly, right? Now it is super easy to learn. It's not hard to learn. It's one of the easiest languages that you can learn. It's one of the easiest languages, right? Now it provides a very good support for machine learning, AI, and all. That's why in data domain it is a super hit. A really good support for ML and AI applications, right? So that's where even in data engineering we use it very very significantly. There was a time in data engineering when Scala used to dominate when we were writing Spark code and all, but now things have drastically changed, and I would say Python is the leader there, right? Now, as I mentioned, in data engineering, PySpark is one of the most in-demand distributed processing engine, right? And there also we use Python. So PySpark we use Python. In PySpark we use Python, and PySpark is something which every data engineer would be learning these days, right? So that's where Python would really help you out. And the list is endless, and you would be aware of that why Python, that's why you are here. So I would not go more into detail, but this should be giving you a clear idea that Python is something that you should learn definitely. Okay, now let's say you are learning Python and you would have to practice. So where will you write your Python code? Where will you write your Python code? Where will you write your Python code for your practice or wherever, right? I would say you can type in Python code at various places. It can be either a IDE, integrated development environment, such as Visual Studio Code, or it can be PyCharm, or you can type this code in any Jupyter notebooks. I hope you would have seen few Jupyter notebooks. Uh, and by the way, please ignore typos if I am doing, right, because while teaching, I might end up doing some typos, but you can ignore that, right? So here Jupyter notebooks we can even set locally if we want, or if we want, we can use even if you think Databricks community edition, or we can use Google Colab. There can be many other places, Google Colab, and there can be many other places where you can use. If you want, you can set it up locally also. But these two are on the cloud. Databricks Community Edition and Google Colab. The benefit with Databricks Community Edition is there you can practice PySpark and data engineering related stuff also, or big data related stuff also. Okay. Now, otherwise you can also practice in a terminal, right? You can set it up locally. And of course, this IDs you have to set up locally. So IDE, terminal, Jupyter notebook, there can be n ways where you can write your Python code. So let's quickly see the installation. Let's quickly see the installation. How to install, right? Okay. So the very first thing that you have to do is, I have a sheet with some important links. You have to download Python. So what you need to do, python.org is the website. There you click on downloads and say download. In my case, it is showing Python 3.12.2. In your case, if you are seeing this video later, might be it's one updated version. So I can just click here and I can download this, and you can see this is downloaded. And after that, I can just click on this. I can just click on this and say next, 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 and this will be done, right? As straightforward, right? Very straightforward. And even when you are doing it in your Windows, it might ask or give you checkbox to set up your local variables. You just check those boxes. I do not have Windows, unfortunately, but in case if I get a Windows system, I might attach screenshots for that, but it should be super straightforward, right? So you download the latest version of Python, and after that, once you have downloaded Python, then you can download any of the IDE like PyCharm or Visual Studio. For PyCharm, you can take this link. You can take this link. I have already mentioned it here. So if you see this, right, this is the PyCharm. Automatically I say download, it detect my operating system, which is Mac. You can see here. And when you go down, it gives you we value the vibrant Python community, and they are giving a free community edition. The above one is paid. That is PyCharm Professional. You can go with PyCharm Community Edition and you can just click on download. Based on whatever operating system you have, it will detect. Right? And then again say next, next, next. This will be done. Same way, if you want to download Visual Studio, which is another IDE, ideally you do not have to do multiple, but I am saying some of you might be comfortable with Visual Studio Code, some of you might be comfortable with PyCharm and all. But PyCharm is very widely used. But Visual Studio Code is also has gained a lot of momentum in past few years, right? So to download Visual Studio Code, you put this link, and according to your uh, operating system, you download, right? In this also I have Mac in this Intel chip and Apple Silicon, which is a new chip, right? Mine is Intel, so I have downloaded this one. I hope this makes sense. And then after that, next, 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 all those steps, quite easy to do. So this way you will be able to install Python and install both these IDEs. But I mean, in this course, I will mostly use PyCharm, but we could have used another one also. That's not a big deal at all, right? And once it is done, you can then open your IDE. You can just say PyCharm, right? PyCharm Community Edition. You can see this, and I am opening PyCharm. There are some already projects which are there in my this thing, but for you it might be a clean slate, right? It might be a clean slate in your case. Let me just plug in the laptop charger. Okay, right? And you can always click on new project. You can give the name of project. Let's say I will say Python complete course. That's the name I am giving. And all of this is fine. You have to select the Python version because you have already installed, right? So you should be able to see Python 3.12 or whatever you have installed. You just select that out, right? And say create. Say create, and this will open up the project. Do not worry about what are the things inside this. You ignore. And in this, you can create your own Python file. You can right click on this, right click, and you can say new, and here you can say Python file. Let me give a name as session 1, right? Session 1. And it will automatically add an extension of .py because it's a Python file. Here I can write in my code. You can increase the font in Mac. It is Control Shift and dot, right, to increase the font. Control Shift and the dot, right, and Control Shift comma is to reduce, right. You can check it here, by the way. You can go to view. Is it in view? Yeah, you can see this. Control Shift dot is to increase the font. Control Shift comma is to decrease the font. So I would increase it. Control Shift dot, right? So this is where I will type in my code. Okay. Same way Visual Studio you can open and you can, I will just show you that. Visual Studio Code, right? Here I have a lot of projects, but you do not worry about those. I can say new file, right? Let's say I can say Python file, and here I can give a name, right? I can just rename this, right? And here I can type in my Python code. And just command plus is to increase the font and command minus is to decrease. I hope this is clear. But anyways, I am not using I could have easily used this. Could interchange, right? It's same. It's just that this IDEs provide me a convenient way to write a code, and PyCharm and Visual Studio Code both are equally good, right? So let's not get confused here. But I just want to showcase you both these options. So I have shown Visual Studio Code also. Okay, now this is my PyCharm. Here you can set your color and all. So you can say PyCharm preferences, and you can set the appearance. Like I have set the light mode. You can go with the dark and whatever you want. Right? That's fine. So this is about the IDEs, and you can even write your code in a terminal. That means, let me increase the font. Okay, here I can say Python. If I say Python, I have Python 2 also installed, but Python 2 is deprecated. You should not be using it. So I will say exit. So I will say Python 3, and it will just invoke the Python version which I have installed, Python 3.12.2. And here I can write my Python code. Right here I can write my Python code. So this is another way of doing it. I can say 5 plus 3, sorry, 5 plus 3, right? 5 plus 3, 8, right? So it's an interpreted language. It does not need compilation, works line by line, and it will give you the results. Anyways, so let me close this terminal. So I have shown you how to execute it on a terminal, how to open a Visual Code Studio, and apart from that, PyCharm also. Now let's talk about notebooks. Notebooks are a very, very convenient way to do exploratory data analysis if you want to find inferences in some data and all, right? So you can even install it locally, but I will show you the cloud variants of that. So most of you, I am assuming, would be data engineers, data scientists, data analysts. So you would, or recommended is, you can use the community edition in Databricks. Databricks gives you a free community edition, right? And here, if you want to create an account, this is the URL. This is the URL, right? Databricks.com, try Databricks account. This is the URL. I'll provide all these links to you. Do not worry. In the description of this video, I would provide all these links. I have filled in the basic details. You can see I have filled in the basic details. And now I can say continue, right? And here it says for professional use, we have to select one of the underlying cloud platform, right? In your case, you do not have to do that because it will be chargeable. Rather, you have to say get started with community edition. Get started with community edition, and then it will ask you for more details so that it will create an account. So that's very, very straightforward. Just like you create a new Gmail account, right? Same way you can create this, and I have shown you the steps. Now, after you have created account, you will get an email and your password. So let me try logging in. I have already created account and I am trying to log in. Okay, so this is free account and I am able to log in now. I am able to log in, and you can see I can say create notebook, and I can give a name to a notebook here. Notebook name I can, let's say, give practice notebook, right? Practice notebook. And we can just say click on connect here, connect to my cluster, and you can create, attach and run. That means it will internally create a single node cluster, small cluster. It will attach your notebook to that cluster so that your code can run on that cluster, because here you are writing your code, but it needs a place to run, right? It needs environment to run. That environment will be created using this runtime, and then it will run, right? So it will take a few seconds to create this cluster or spin up this cluster, and then what you can type your Python code here. And this gives you a very good visual way of doing things, because you can write your comments, you can use markups, right? A lot of it. You can save your notebooks, you can give it to other people, right? All of that is possible. So anyways, we'll talk about that later, but I hope you would have got a clarity that this is another way where you can practice your Python. And here you are not limited to just Python alone. Here you can even use PySpark or big data related functionalities if you are using Databricks Community Edition, right? Okay, so this idea you would have got now. Now talking about Google Colab, there also you can use Jupyter notebooks. So you can see this link here, collab.research.google.com here. And here if you are here, you can just say file new notebook, right? File new notebook, and here you can create your own notebook. Here you can create your own notebook. So you can see this we are doing. And if I, let's say 5 plus 3, it will first time it will connect to that instance cluster again, right? It will connect to a small uh, uh, basically small set of resources so that it can execute your code, right? So you can write your Python code here also. You can see this is created. RAM, it says 0.71 GB used out of 12 GB, disk this much used out of this. So here you have got a small instance where your code will be executed, right? So I have just given you an idea about that you can practice on a terminal, you can practice on IDEs, you can practice on notebooks. All of these ways are there. For exploratory data analysis, notebooks are something which are in huge demand. People keep working on that, right? So here you can give the name. Let's say first notebook, right? Okay. So with this, you would have got complete clarity. I would provide these links in the comments. Okay, so let me proceed. We will be using PyCharm for now. Later, we will see if we want to switch our strategies to using something else, right? Okay. So now the tradition. What's the tradition? Writing a hello world program. But we are data engineers. Let's not write hello world, rather say hello data engineers, right? So write our first Python program. Some of you might be saying, Sumit sir, this is very, very basic. We already know. I understand that. But I cannot just cover advanced topics. I have to start from the basics, but take it to a level where no one else can take it, right? Okay. So write our first program. As the tradition says, we want to print hello data engineers. So I am, let me close all of this, right? Let me close all of this, and I am here in my PyCharm. Here I will say print, print, and here I will provide hello data engineers. Semicolon is optional in Python because here the intent is that you write less code. Why to write a semicolon when we write next statement in a new line? It recognizes with that. So I will now run. So you can either click here or you can say Control R. Control R, hello data engineers. So congratulations, we have executed our first Python program. And this is just the start, right? This is just the start of an interesting series that you are watching, right? Okay, so let me move this side. So print hello data engineers. I'll write this. Fine, we are good. Now, how Python code gets executed? It gets executed line by line. Let's say I'm saying print hello data engineers, and then I'm saying print hello world, right? If I run saying control R, it first executes this line and then it executes this line. So here some languages use a compiler, some languages use an interpreter, right? So Python is an interpreted language, right? It's a dynamic language. It's not a static language. It's a dynamic language, interpreted language, and code is executed line by line. So Python is interpreted, right? And code is executed line by line. If you know Java, in Java first we compile it and then we execute, right? Two-step process. Here directly we are executing. Fine. So all of this theory, right? But anyways, we have to cover. So this is fine. You have understood how the program gets executed. Now talking about variables. Variables in Python. Variables in Python. Okay. So now, as you would be using some other programming languages earlier, right? Variables are even used there. For example, I will just remove this and I will say, uh, let's say I offer a course. You know, I offer a data engineering course and I define a variable course fee, and let me define some, give some value to it. Let's say $800, right? So this 800 is stored in memory. This 800 is stored in memory, right? And this course fee identifier points to it, right? So 800 is stored in memory in some way, and course fee references to it or points to it. That's how it is. And this 800 we have assigned to course fee. That's how you have to interpret that. Now, if we want to print this, we can say print course fee, right? Control R to run it, and you can see it prints 800. It's fine, right? So just want to tell that this is course fee is like an identifier identifying this particular thing, right? So 800 is stored in memory, course fee points to that. Understood. Now let's say I define course fee equal to $850, let's say, right? Now you might be thinking, what are we doing? We are assigning or reassigning a new value to course fee. So what should it print? It should print 800 or 850? It should print 850. Even with other programming languages, it should have printed 850. But you might be thinking, okay, course fee, I mean, I said when we stored 800, it was stored in memory at a particular address. So is the value change in that particular address? Is the value change in that particular address itself? Right? No, it's not. Rather, a new variable is created. A new thing is created altogether in a new portion of memory, right? And this thing is actually whatever we are doing right now, it is immutable. This is immutable. This is an integer. I will talk about it, but this is immutable, right? This is immutable. I have to define a comment. I can say immutable. I can give a hash. That means after that, whatever value I write becomes a comment, right? That's how you give a single line comment actually. And you can give a multi-line comment also. Multi-line comment. So single line is this single line comment. Multi-line would be if you define it inside a triple this thing, right? This is a multi-line comment. Right? If your comment is big and it cannot fit in one line, then you can use this three times, right? This is how you give a multi-line comment. But I'm saying whatever I've shown was immutable. So course fee, it's not that in the same address it has changed the value. No, it internally created a new memory location where it fed in 850, and course fee is now pointing to that. And this 800 would be freed. I hope this makes sense. So I'll talk about mutability and immutability, but when we are data engineers or working in data lines, immutability has a great significance, right? Has a great significance, and you will get to know later. Okay. So we are talking about variables in Python and we defined this. Now let's say I define multiple variables. I will remove this comments. I define multiple variables. Let's say I say instructor name equal to Sumit Mittal. That's my name, right? If you do not know me, that's my name. Course fee course fee equal to, let's say, $800, and course rating equal to 4.95. Looks to be a good rating, right? is starting is batch starting soon? Is starting soon? I mean, is starting soon. That means, is the batch starting soon? True. That means yes, it is starting. And total income. Total income. Total income. I do not want to reveal, so I will say none. Right? None means absence of a value. It shows that the value is not present itself. Right? It's not zero. It's not zero. It says the value is missing. Right? So I have defined five variables and I have assigned some values to this. Right? Now, don't you feel some values are different? This shows in green color, this is in blue, this is having a dot, right? So these are different data types. So there are five main data types, although there are a lot of that, but five main simple data types. In terms of complex data types, we have many more. We'll talk about it later, like lists, tuples, and all. But let's talk about simple, sober data types which stores one value each, one value only. So we have integer, we have float, we have boolean to store uh, true or a false. We have a string, right? We have a string and we have none, which represents absence of a value. Integer, it stores any numeric value, plus 1, minus 1, 0, 1026, anything, right? For example, here if you say 800 is an integer, a numeric value which do not have any floating point or decimal, right? So it's an integer. Course rating, this certainly looks to be a floating point where it has decimal places in it. Is starting soon. So true, right? So true means starting with T capital, right? It is case sensitive again. If I just say true, it's not a boolean, right? So true, which takes either true or a false. I mean boolean which takes a true or a false. I have assigned true to it, right? And total income I have mentioned as none. Instructor name I have placed it in double quotes, and this is a string. So string, integer, float, boolean, none. These are the data types. But how do how do I prove that these are the data types? I can do that. I can say print. I can say print. And here I can say type, and I can say instructor name. Right? If I just print this, it will print the type of instructor name. I'll say control R, right? Control R, 1 minute. You can see this. This is string class, right? This is string, right? Now, same way I will do it for all others so that you get to know what is what. We have five variables, right? So instructor name, course fee, course rating, course fee, course rating, and we have is starting soon, and what do we have? Total income, which I have not defined. Total income. So basically, none is like null in other programming, right? In Java, the way you have null, consider none as similar to that. Now let me run this control R, and you can see the first one was string. We expected that. Course fee is integer, course rating is a float, is starting soon is a boolean, and total income is none type. I hope this gives you a good clarity. Let me write it to a notepad so that I can share these notes with you also later. Right? I hope this would totally make sense to you. Right? Okay. Now, I want to emphasize on one thing, that we can have some type. One more thing. In other programming, let's say Java and all, you would define it to be a integer. You will say something like int, like this. But in Python, it's a dynamic language. It will infer the data types at runtime. It will infer it at runtime, right? So you do not have to explicitly mention the data types. It will infer it, unlike Java, right? Okay. So talking about type errors. So for example, let's say uh, let's say I want to increase the fee by 50. I want to increase the course fee by 50. Okay. So I will just say 1 minute. I'll move it little up. Okay. I want to increase the course fee by 50. So what I can do? Print, print. I can say course fee plus 50. Will it work or not? Will it work or not? Yes, it will. And what it should print? It should print 850. Nothing big about it, right? Nothing big deal about it, right? You can see 850 is printed. That's fine. So we have added an integer with another integer, and two integers definitely we can add. Now let's say the course fee I'm increasing by $50.5. This course fee is, integer type. 50.5 is, float type. Can you add integer and a float? Yes, it can add, and it will internally convert this course fee also into a float and then add these two. So it will make it 800.0, and then it will say 50.5, and it will add these two. So this is automatic type conversion, which will happen in this case. Control R, and you can see 850.5. It works, right? Now, what if I say instructor name? Let's say after this, if I say print instructor name plus 1, does it really make sense to add one to a string, to a numeric value to a string? Is it logical? Let me just show you that. Control N, sorry, control R, right? Yeah. And you can see we got a type error. We got a type error saying can only concatenate string to string. That means a string you can combine with another string, but how can you add it to an integer that way, right? If my first name is Sumit and last name is Mittal, I can concatenate these two so that the string becomes Sumit Mittal, right? That is concatenation. But how can I add a arithmetic operation, do a arithmetic operation on that? It's not possible. But one thing you see, it ran till this point. It ran till this point because this was correct. You saw the result and then it failed, right? So that's why I say it runs line by line, and wherever it fails, before that it has already run, right? And such type errors are caught at runtime. If this was Java, this would have been caught at compile time itself when we compile the program. But in our case, it will not catch these errors early. We will get a surprise at runtime with these errors. I hope this would make sense, right? Just have a look at this. Okay, fine. So now can you tell me, if I remove this anyways, course fee plus 50.5. So what is now new course fee? If I print the course fee now, what would it be? What would it be? You might be thinking it is 850.5, but remember, we just printed it. We never assigned it back to the course fee again. It's not updated. Rather, we are just printing something, but not holding it into a next variable. So I will say Control R, and you can see 850.5, but course fee is still the old course fee. If we have to actually assign it to something, we have to say course fee equal to course fee plus 50.5, right? This is what we have to do, right? And now if I print course fee, it will print me that print course fee, right? So you can see this now. This is updated. I hope this makes sense. What if I want to increase the course fee by 10%? I can just say course fee plus course fee into zero point 0.1 into zero point 0.1. If I want to increase the course fee by 10%, earlier it was 800, now it will become 880. And I will run this. So you can see this has become 880 now. Right? So this might seem to be very fundamental, but people get confused with these small things. Right? Your fundamentals should be strong if you really want to master things. Right? There is no magic around this. So with this, you have understood about this particular stuff. Let me just copy it. Let me just copy it here because I would have to give you the notes also later. So fine. Let me just have the variables. Apart from that, let me remove all the other things. So now let's talk about typecasting. You have earlier seen automatic typecasting where we added an integer to a float and integer typecasted automatically or converted itself to a float, right? We didn't get an error. But when we added an integer to a string, we got an error because we cannot do that. Now let me show you manual typecasting. So in data engineering world, what would happen is generally you might read the data from a text file like a CSV, right? So in big data world or data engineering world, you might read the data from a text file. From a text file you would read. Now let's say it's in CSV format, everything would be a string actually. Everything would be a string. For example, even if you are loading course fee, it seems a number to you, but it will be a string. Course rating will also come as a string to you when you are loading a text file. The name text says that everything is a text, everything is a string, right? Everything is string for you. That's how your file would be loaded. Now, if you try to print the data type of course fee, what would be the data type? Print type course fee, it is string now. Even though visually it seems like a numeric value, but it's wrapped in double quotes, it's a string, right? Now, before doing any operations on float, on strings, floats and integers or boolean, you would have to manually typecast it, right? You would have to manually typecast it. So how you can do that? So let's say if you have to increase the course fee by 10%, so course fee equal to course fee, course fee plus, let's say if I am doing this way, you tell me will this work or not? Course fee into zero point 0.1. If I want to increase it by 10%, will it work? And I want to print the updated course fee. Print course fee. Will it work? No, it won't. It won't. Can't multiply sequence by non-int, right? That means the types didn't match, right? The types didn't match. Here, one of that is a string. Course fee is a string, and then string you are trying to multiply by zero point 0.1. Does it make sense to multiply a string value with zero point 0.1? Not at all. Not at all. So how to make it work? You can typecast not, by this way. You can say int here. You can wrap it inside a int so that you are casting it to a int, and then you can again typecast this to a int, right? And I know this is a int, and when I do any operation with float, it will automatically typecast this to a float, and then again this will be totally a float. When I do any operation with int, it will be a float. Now this should work, and I got 880.0. If I want to get the answer in integer, again I can typecast this to an integer. I can wrap it inside a integer, and this will convert it to an integer. I hope you got what is typecasting and how we have done. So you have understood about typecasting, right? Let me pick all of this and put it here. So you have understood about the typecasting that we have done, right? But remember, the typecasting errors are caught at runtime, not at compile time, right? Unlike Java. So let's talk about string concatenation and formatting. String concatenation and formatting. String concat and formatting. So this is our new topic. So what if we say plus between two strings? What if we say plus between two strings? Let's say I define first name first name equal to Sumit, right? And last name equal to Mittal. What if I want to add these two? What if I want to add these two? I can say print first name plus last name, and I say control R. This will give me together Sumit Mittal, one word. So plus works like a concatenation here. This works like a concatenation. It adds two strings that way, right? When you do it for numeric, it do arithmetic calculation, but here now it adds like a acts like a concatenation operator. Now I want one space in between. So what I can do? I can just say plus, and I can give one more string, and then again one plus, right? So this will give me Sumit space Mittal. Now, what if I want to print my first name is Sumit and my last name is Mittal? How to do that? My my first name is my first name is, and I will say first name, right? And and my last name is, right, and my last name is, I'll say last name. Let me run this. My first name is Sumit. Where is that? My first name is Sumit and last name is Mittal. I will run this again. So now I have given a space. So this is fine. You can check, right? Now, but this looks little ugly. If you have a big line, this will look ugly. Can you format it neatly? Yes, we can. We can do it in a better way actually. I can just write F here, and my first name is, I can put a placeholder. My first name is, I will write things here, do not worry. And my last name is this. This is a much neater way of doing it, right? And here I will say first name, here I will say last name, right? So this will print my first name is, so it will put that value, first name value. I have written this F here, right? And my last name is Mittal. So this is a neater way of doing this. Let me remove this line, and I will say control R, and same thing can be printed this way. So you have to, a code can be written in multiple ways, but you have to do it in the best proper readable manner also, right? Optimization is one way, readability is another way. You definitely have to focus on readability, right? I can say print, uh, and I will say I want to give this, let's say 6 times, multiply this by 6. So such iteration I want to do 6 times. So this will be printed, then again this will be printed, and same way it will loop in for 6 times. And here again I will just put it same way, right? And now if I run this, so you can see this is enclosed inside this. So I want this line to come till here. So let's say I will say 9. Here I will say 9. Okay, right? So I hope, I just want to give you a gist of it, right? Gist of it so that you know what things are available and how we are doing it. So you have seen about string concatenation and you have seen the formatting, right? That we just indicated that and we are able to do it properly. That is called string formatting. Now, what if you want to take an input, right? What if you want to take a input from a user, right? Okay, please enter this number. So how to take an input in Python? How to take an input in Python? So let me just show you that. So what you can do here is you can just say use this input and what should be visible to a user. What is your current salary? What is your current salary? Right? And I want to, whatever person enters that value where I want to capture, let's say inside salary variable, right? Salary equal to this. I want to ask for hike also. I want to capture that also from a user input. Input, what is the hike percentage? Right? What is the hike percentage? Okay, these two user inputs are there, salary and hike. Now I want to calculate a new salary. So new salary equal to, new salary equal to salary plus salary salary into and whatever is my hike percent divided by 100, right? Hike percentage, let's say 10% divided by 100. That's how it will be. Do you feel it will work? Do you feel it will work? Let me run this. It asks me what is your current salary. Let me put, let's say 10,000. What is the hike percentage? Let me put 20%. And as soon as I press enter, this will fail. This will fail. Why? Why? Because whenever, whatever inputs we are taking, even though we are giving in numeric form, it takes always a string, like a text. You would have to typecast it. How can you do a divide operator with a string? You cannot. So you would have to manually do a typecast to a integer, right? So what I could have done here, I could have said int salary, right? Int hike, int hike, right? And here also int. There could be better way of doing it, but I'm just showing you all whatever is there. Right now, this should work. So this I will show control R, uh, salary, let's say 10,000. Now hike percentage 20, and of course I didn't printed the value. So let me quickly print also. Print new salary, new salary, right? Print new salary, and I will say control R. What is my salary? 20,000 or what? 10,000, right? Like percentage 20, and this is my total, right? So we have to manually typecast this way. And what if I want to print it meaningfully? The new salary after the hike is, so I can say that the new salary after the hike is, and here I can give this new salary, right? And this looks to be fine. I'll just again run this. 10,000, 20. The new salary after the hike is 12,000. Right? So you have got to know how we kind of do it. We have talked about comments and multi-line comment. So what have we learned till now? We have actually covered a big ground. I mean, we have taken the initial step of learning Python and we have covered quite a few things. What have we learned? Can you recall what have we learned? Let me recall that. we have done the introduction to Python, that why we should learn, right? The advantages of it, all of that. You got to know about me as an instructor, Sumit Mittal, right? You got to know that I offer big data trainings, all of that. Now, we talked about installing Python 3, right? Python 2 is deprecated. I won't recommend you to work on that. And I have shown you multiple ways to install, right? Multiple ways, because you should be familiar with most of those. We wrote our first program to maintain that tradition, right, of hello world. We talked about what is a variable. We talked about data types, right? Then what did we talk about? We talked about the type errors are caught at runtime. I have demonstrated that type errors are caught at runtime. This was demonstrated to you. And then I showed you typecasting, how to change one type to another. Then we talked about string concatenation, right, and formatting. And then we talked about how to take input from the user, right, from the user. So this is what we have talked about. So for this session, we have covered all of this. Ideally, I would be giving assignment for each session, but since this was a starting session, I want to keep it light. The only assignment for you would be to set up Python on your local and practice all of this the way I have shown you. Because if you just keep seeing the videos, it's not going to help. So assignment for you is install Python, practice all of this. From next session onwards, I will be giving you assignments to solve with each session, right? So if you have not yet subscribed to my YouTube channel, do subscribe now, because in my next session, I'll talk about various types of operators and the string related operations, which are super important, indexing, slicing, and a lot more. And if you have not seen my SQL playlist till now, then I highly encourage you to see that. I would provide the link in the description. Do mention if you have any suggestions in the comments, or if you're facing any issues with the installation. I'll try my best to help you out. I have taken a firm step where, with a very positive intent, I just want to make sure that this course is better than paid courses, right? And let's see how far we can go. And do encourage me by subscribing to my channel, liking the video, commenting on it, talking about it on social media, right? And I would come up with the next session very soon. Thanks a lot, and I hope you would have truly enjoyed the session. I have tried my best to cover things in as simple way as possible. Thanks a lot. Hello friends, welcome again. Sumit this side. And in this session, we will talk about Python language fundamentals, and also we will talk about string related operations. So two things: Python language related things, or apart from this, Python string operations, like how we can do operations on strings. These are the two things that we will talk about in this particular session. So let's get started without any delay. So I have my Python installed, and I am right now using one of the IDE, which is PyCharm. You would have installed it, right, in the previous session. So let's get started. So let's say I have some variables, big data. Let's say the big data fee variable is 800, and let's say there are two courses, big data and Azure fee is 600. So there are two courses which I offer, let's say big data course and the Azure data engineering course, and this is $800 and this is $600. Now let's say for my big data course, let's say I get 20 enrollments. So I will just say big data enrollments equal to 20. That means 20 people are enrolling for my big data course. And for my Azure course, let's say, I mean, these are just made up numbers. This is 40. So 40 people bought my Azure course, 20 people bought my big data course, and the fees for big data is $800 and Azure is $600. Now I want to calculate the total revenue that I have earned. Total revenue. Total revenue. How will I calculate this? So that's where I would talk about arithmetic operations, right? I am talking about arithmetic operations right now. Arithmetic operations. This is what I am going to talk about now. Like plus, minus, multiply, divide, all of that. So my total revenue would be big data fee, right? Into how many copies are sold. How many copies are sold? Big data enrollments. And I will then add, what I will add? Azure fee into Azure enrollments. Azure fee into how many people bought Azure. Azure enrollments. Right? And this will give me my total revenue and I can print it. Print total revenue. Right? So this is actually in USD. So I can write the total line like total revenue. I can put it in this curly braces and I can say total revenue is this. Total revenue is this. Now I will run Control R and my total revenue is 40,000 USD. That's great. So this is arithmetic operations. I have shown you multiply, I have shown you plus. Now, what all arithmetic operations we can perform? You can perform plus, multiply, minus, divide. Apart from that, you can have modulo. And then if you do this, it will give an integer number. I'll show all of this to you. And the precedence is left to right. That means it goes from left to right. I mean, if system has to read first, it will do this, right? Then it will do this because multiply has a higher priority than plus. So the priority list goes this way. You might have read about BODMAS when you were in school and all. So multiply and divide are at equal priority. Plus and minus are at equal priority, right? So priority of plus and minus is lesser than multiply and divide. So first multiplication would happen or a division would happen, then a plus or minus would happen. But if we are adding five numbers, let's say three numbers, 5 plus 3 plus 2, then it happens left to right. Right? First these two will be added and then these two would be added. I mean, first these two, then that means 8, and then these two, that means 10. I hope you kind of got it. In this case, since multiply was having a higher priority, multiplication happened. Then this multiplication happened, and then the addition of these two happened. Now you might think, okay, it's scrolling, we have to scroll. Is there a way we can put it? So if you just put it this way, this should work, right? I'll run, right? This should work. I hope this is clear. Why this is working? Because we have put it in double quotes, brackets. I mean, if you do not put brackets around, then it is a issue. It will fail. It will fail. Indentation, right? Error. So that means even if you put it here, and if I run this, it says indentation error. I hope you got it. What I am trying to convey. So basically, I ideally you can put a backslash here to showcase that the next line is in continuation, or you can wrap it inside the brackets. Now if I run, this should run because a backslash indicates that okay, the next line is in continuation to the previous one. So we have written an expression here and I'm saying this expression is still continued in the next line, right? So if we do not want to give this, we can just give brackets and that should be fine. Anything enclosed in brackets, it treats as single. I hope we are good here. Okay, so I can make a note here, right? Now, what I would do is, what if I want to find my average order price? I want to find the average order price here, what it will be. So average order price is the total sales. Total sales is 40,000 USD divided by how many total copies sold, right? How many total copies sold? So average selling price or average order price equal to total sales divided by total copies sold. I hope this is clear. So let's try finding the average order price. So what I would do is, instead of total revenue, I will say uh, average order price. Average order price equal to, and here I will say big data fee into big data enrollments plus Azure fee into Azure enrollments, and then I can say divided by uh, into Azure enrollments divided by what? Divided by total number of enrollments, which is big data enrollments plus Azure. So divided by big data enrollments plus Azure enrollments, right? This is what I have done. So if I run this, so average order price is, and let me just see what does it display. Average order price is 666.66, right? Now you might be thinking that okay, Azure was sold for 600 and this was sold for 800, then it should be 700. No, it's not like that, because more copies were sold for Azure, let's say, right? That means it is inclined towards that. So, but you kind of got an idea about what I'm trying to convey, how you perform this arithmetic operations around, right? And uh, let's say, for example, one thing I want to showcase, let me just remove this. And if I just say 5 plus 3 into 8, if I just print this, what it will be? What this will be? Can you just tell? You might think we might calculate left to right. So 5 plus 3, 8, 8 into 8 is what? 64. No. First multiplication will take a precedence. So 3 into 8, 24. 24 plus 5, 29. Right? Control R, 29. I hope this is clear. Now, what if we want to perform 5 plus 3 first? Right? I know it, as per the precedence, multiplication has a higher this thing. What if I want to perform 5 plus 3 first? Then you enclose it inside brackets. Enclose it inside brackets. 5 plus 3. That means now this will happen first and then it will be multiplied by 8. You can see this. I hope we are good with this. Okay, just have a look. Fine. Now what if we, these are simple things, I am going quick, right? What if we say 15 divided by 4? What do you expect as answer? 3.75, right? 3.75. Okay. What if I want just 3 as an integer? Then you can just give this. So it will return only the integer part, which is 3. I hope this is clear. Only the integer part. Now what if we want to get the modulo? Modulo. That means the remainder. What is the remainder when 15 is divided by 4? The remainder is 3. So it will give you 3. Right? It gives you the remainder. Okay. Now you kind of got about plus, minus, multiply, divide, modulo, all of that, which is quite straightforward. One interesting thing, there is this power, right? 2 power 3, 2 to the power 3, what it is 8, right? So how to calculate the powers? So let's say if I say 2, and how we express is like double multiplication 3. So this is does not mean multiply, rather it means 2 to the power 3, which is 2 into 2 into 2, which is 8. Let's see, 8. Now there was this, most of the Python operators have left sided binding. I have talked about it, right? Which means that calculation of the expression happens left to right, which is demonstrated to you. But there's one interesting exception to this, that whenever you are using power, right, whenever you are using this exponent, right, then it is having right side binding. That means it starts from the right side. I'll just explain that with an example. Let's say I'm saying 2 to the power 2 to the power 3. Now if you think that okay, first it calculates this and then it calculates this, then 2 to the power 2 is 4, 4 to the power 3 is 4 into 4 into 4 64, right? But the answer would be different. Answer is 256. Why? Because it has left sided binding. That means first this is calculated. 2 to the power 3 is 8 and 2 power 8 is 256, right? So right side binding, right side binding. Otherwise generally it is left side for other operators, right? In such case this 2 is a operand and this is a operator, right? I hope we are good with this. One more thing, let's say I am increasing my big data fee by, let's say, $50. Then how will I do? Big data fee equal to big data fee plus 50, plus 50, right? I have not printed anyways. I can print big data fee. It will give us 850. No big deal, but it can be written in a shorthand style by just saying big data fee plus equal to. This is a shorthand of writing big data fee equal to big data fee plus 50. There is a repetition coming, so that's how this syntax, right? If I run this, it should give me the same answer. If I want to multiply by 2, I can just say, right, into 2 can be done this way. This means the same whatever earlier, but repetition is not happening. I hope this is clear. Okay, so we have understood about the various arithmetic things that are there. Now there are other math related functions. So let me just remove. Anyways, I have written copied it here, right? Yeah. So if I want, anyways, I can take it. Let me remove this. And this I will keep it for now, or let me remove this also. Now let's say I have total sales equal to 20,000.60 paisa, let's say. Now I want to get the whole number of it. That means I want to take it to a higher integer. That means 20,001. Sometimes we do not want to store decimals and all, right? So what if I want a higher number to this? That means take the ceiling of it. Ceiling means higher value, right? Whole number, higher value. So we can use ceil function. And to use that, we can use a library called as math, right? Math, which has this functions. So we have this, and then we can say math dot ceil, right? Ceil of total sales. Math dot ceil of total sales, right? Let's see, 20,001, right? That's what we expect. Same way, just like ceil, we have floor. That means it will round it to 20,000, right? Floor, okay. And then same way, we have some other functions like absolute and all, but let me run this. So ceil gives 20,001, floor gives 20,000. Very, very straightforward, right? But I think it might be a quick revision for you for now. Now, what if this is, let's say, minus 20, somehow minus got added, right? There is a problem with the data and all the numbers are coming with minus, let's say, right? Now, I can even get the absolute value. That means the positive value for this. It can remove minus. So math dot math dot absolute, right? FABS, absolute value, and total sales. Now, can you tell me what this will give me? This should give me 20,000.60. What this floor will give us? What this floor will give? Floor gives a lower value, right? Lower value. You might think it will become minus 20,000. No. Lower value to this is minus 20,001, right? Lesser value, because in minus things works differently. And here seal means it gives one higher value. One higher, that means minus. So this is minus 20,001 and this will give us minus 20,000. Let's see. You can see this, right? I hope this is clear. Okay. So I will write it. Fine. So let's proceed. Now we will talk about conditional statements. Conditional statements. We have talked about arithmetic operation and some math related functions. There would be a lot of other math related functions, but we can easily find how to find. You can just say math dot what all is available, and it's very, I mean, you can use them. It's super straightforward. I don't think we should be learning those as such because there would be so many. Okay. Now conditional statements, that means if a condition is true, do this. If the condition is false, please do this. So you would have seen if else in other programming languages. Same way, Python is no different. It also has if else, right? So let's say I want to take a input as number, how much marks someone has got. Let's say input is enter the marks. Enter the marks, right? Okay, and I am capturing it inside, let's say marks equal to this. Now, based on these marks, I have to decide whether a person has failed or not. The condition is if marks are greater than or equal to 35, then pass, otherwise fail. That's what I want to print. So I can say if marks greater than or equal to 35, print pass, right? You have to give a colon here, colon. And after that, when you type, it is indented this way so that it understands that this particular statement is inside this if. If I put it this way, this becomes wrong. It's not a part of if statement now, right? So indentation is compulsory in Python, right? And then I give else, again a colon. Else is if this statement does not match, then it will go to the else part and print whatever it is. So print fail. Now, just think of it, will it work or not? It won't. Because whatever input I take is string, is a text. I have to first convert it to a numeric value. Let me show you. It won't work. If I say I got 40, it will fail, right? Not supported between str and all. That means what happened here? Here what happened? Whatever I gave marks is a string. You are comparing a string with an integer. How does it make sense? It does not make sense. So what you can do is you can cast it to a integer. So you can basically say marks equal to int of marks. This is what you can do. And now this should run. Now this should run. If I type in 40 here, it is pass, right? If I type, let's say 30, is fail. I hope this is clear, right? Okay. Now, instead of putting it here, I could have directly put it here. That's also feasible. I can directly put it here, right? Just have a look. We can put it here. That should work. This should work, right? And otherwise, we could have even put it here. This casting, whatever I am doing, I could have done the casting here also. That's also fine. All of this will work. All of this will work. You can see this. But I hope you have got that clarity. If I put it this way, what will happen now? What will happen? It says indentation error. Indentation is important. See, in other languages, what generally happen? We, if you would have worked on Java, we put it inside these brackets so that it becomes like a block, right? Here, it's not that it forces the indentation. Other languages have not made it compulsory. Other languages say whatever you put inside this, I will assume that you are putting it inside if, right? But here, this is optional, but indentation is compulsory that you have to give. Any statement, if you give here, print pass, print, let's say you passed, right? All of this is a part of this particular if statement. Whatever is here at this indentation level here becomes a part of this particular if statement. If this is true, all of this will be executed. And if this is false, all of the things inside else will be executed. I hope this makes sense, right? Okay. So let's proceed. Now let's say I want to implement a slightly complex logic where I say, okay, I understand if marks are greater than or equal to 35, that means I know it's passing, but I want to define the grades then. And if marks are less than 35, it is fail. So here I can say if, I'm writing a nested if, right? If marks are greater than 80, then what I want to say, print A grade. A grade, right? And after that, I'm saying I want to write a ladder of it. Let's say I want to write, or let's say I will say else uh, print you passed, but you didn't secure A grade. Right? I'm just writing this. So if marks are greater than 80, it will say A grade. If marks are, let's say, 70, it will say you passed, but you didn't secure A grade. If marks are 30, it will say you fail or fail, right? Let me just run this. 70. What do you expect? What do you expect? Not supported instance. Let me just see again that string thing. So we have casted it here, right? We have casted it here, but here also we are putting. So better we can cast it here. We can just say int, right? So that we have to cast it only at one place. We remove it from here. Let me run it now. 70. You passed, but you didn't secure a grade. Again, I will run. Let's say I will say 90. A grade. Again, I will run, let's say, Control R, 30. You failed, right? So writing a nested if, we can go to any level and write this nested if. So how it worked, if marks are greater than 35, it goes into this if statement and then it checks for this. If marks are greater than 80, it prints this, else it will print this, right? Otherwise, if marks are not equal to 35, it won't go inside at all and it will directly print this. So that's how it is. And we could have structured it even more neatly. I will just show that. We could have structured it even. I just wanted to show you a nested if. This is a nested if statement inside another if statement, right? Now, how we can make it without nested? The same thing, if I have to write without nested, I can, what I can do is I can write elif, right? So if marks are greater than 80 A grade, right? I'll just do this properly. I'll just remove. Okay, if marks are greater than 80 A grade, and instead of just two if statements, we have many, right? So I can say elif. So if the previous statement has not was not true, it will come here. Elif marks, elif marks are greater than or equal to 35, print, print, after that whatever this line, I'll put it. You passed, but you didn't secure A grade, right? And after that, I will put else. Else, print, you failed, right? So whatever this I'm doing, this is exactly the same thing. This is exactly the same thing, but written neatly, because there are not this we have not changed the multiple ifs, right? It's not nested if. So if marks are greater than 80, directly it prints and done. We are done, right? It won't even check the other parts. If this fails, if this fails, then it will check this part. If marks are greater than 35, it will say, okay, you passed but didn't secure A grade. And if this again is false, it will for sure print this, right? So let me run this and I will say 90, A grade, right? Let me run again, 70, you passed but you didn't secure A grade. And again, if this person got 30, you failed. I hope you would have got an idea to this. So basically, elif can only come after if statement, right? I mean, you cannot just start the program with elif. First if, and it's a ladder of ifs basically, right? So if there are just two things, true or false, only two statements, then if and else. But if you have a ladder of if statements, then this is how it has to be, right? Okay. What if I would have written if here instead of elif? If I would have written if, what will happen in this case? What will happen in this case? So no matter whether this pass or fail, this if statements are always checked, no matter what. If statements are always checked, no matter what, right? So this is also checked. Even if it is true, this will also be checked. So first, let's say if I give 90 as the input, it will say A grade. And then even it will satisfy this condition. It will say you passed, but you didn't secure A grade. Let me just run this. So if I print 90, it will say A grade because the first if statement is also matched. The second if statement is also matched. I hope you would have got clarity about this, right? So this should be good enough to understand if and else. I'll just put it here. Okay. So you have understood about the conditional statements as well. And we will be seeing many more examples later with proper use cases. But for now, I'm just talking about language fundamentals, which you should know. Fine. It's okay then. Now let's say I want to take, uh, or you take a assignment. You take two inputs. What you try doing is take two inputs. Take two inputs. One is age. Second is uh, crime record. Crime record. Ask for the user what is your age and is there any crime record against you. Based on that, you decide whether this person is eligible to vote or not. If the age is greater than 18, right, and there is no criminal record, then that person is eligible to vote. Otherwise, that person is not eligible to vote. You can try writing it using if else. Very, very straightforward, right? But here in this case, we have to use a logical operator. Logical operators are and we have already seen arithmetic, right? Arithmetic, what all we have seen in this? Plus, minus, multiply, divide, this one, power, modulo. This is what we have seen. Now I am saying we have logical operators where we have and, or, not. These are the ones, right? So let's say if there are two conditions, condition 1 and condition 2, right? If both the conditions are true, then only it will get true. So true and true will give you true. Let's say if there is one more condition, condition 3, right? If all the conditions are true, then only true. If all the conditions are true, then the statement or then the expression evaluates to true, right? I hope this is clear. So if I have to show this to you, if I have to show this, I will just show. Um, Let me remove that. Let's say if I say print true, true and false. In true and false, you have to make sure T and F is caps, right? Because these are Boolean. So you cannot just type true. This is not that one, right? True and false. So let's say if I say true and false, what is the answer? What is the answer? It will give false because one of the expression is false, right? One of the expression is false. So let me just run this. False. But if it was true, it would give me true. On the other hand, for or, for let's say if there are three conditions here, condition 1, condition 2, condition 3, and we are having a or. If any one is true, it evaluates to true. If any of the conditions is true, then the expression evaluates to true. For example, if I say true or, right, so or is again this thing operator, logical operator, and I say true and false. What will it give? It will give true, right? It will give true. So for example, I mean whatever assignment I have given, let me only show that to you so that you get an idea. Actually, you can also try that, but quite straightforward. I will take the input from the user. Let's say age equal to age equal to, I will say input, please enter the age. Please enter the age, right? And I will convert it to integer because by default it will not be an integer, it will be a string, right? I'm wrapping it inside an integer and I'm printing crime record, right? Crime record equal to input, and are there any criminal records? Yes or no? Are there any criminal records against you? Yes or no? Only two things we have to type, right? And these two inputs will be taken. Anyways, this is coming as string, so that is fine. Now I will write this. I'll write if age greater than or equal to 18, if age greater than or equal to 18 and crime record equal to, that means we are comparing, equal to no, right? No, then we print eligible to vote, eligible to vote, else print you are not eligible to vote, you are not eligible to vote. I will run this. Okay, I will check the syntax. Else this thing we have to give, and here I'll just give some space so that we can easily type in the values. Control R. Please enter the age 30. Are there criminal records? No. Eligible to vote. If I run it again, age 16, criminal records? No. you are not eligible to vote, right? So here we are using uh, this thing operation. You can have a look, right? This is a logical operator and where both, if both of them are true, it will give us true. On the other hand, if this was, let's say, or, ideally logically it should not be or here, but if it is or, if any of them is true, it is true. So let's see, age is 30. This one itself is true, but there are criminal records. Still, it will say you are eligible to vote, right? So I hope you would have got this. And we have not operator. So, for example, if I say if not age less than, not age less than 18, it is the same way of saying age greater than or equal to 18, right? So this will work the same way. And I will, let's say, give a end here. So I'm saying age should not be greater than 18 and crime, there should not be any criminal records, right? That's what I'm trying to say. Now if I say age 30 and criminal records no, it's a eligible to vote, same thing. So not means it reverses this. So age less than 18, let's say I'm giving 30, right? It becomes false, but not will make it true, right? So age greater than 30, this will evaluate to true. I hope this is clear. So these three are the logical operators that you should know. And or not. Okay. So this is fine. And here we have used comparison operators also, like equal to, less than, greater than or equal to. These are comparison operators. So what operators we have talked about? We have talked about arithmetic, we have talked about logical, we have talked about comparison related, where we have talked about equal to, it can be not equal to, or less than, greater than or equal to, less than or equal to, all of that. So these are basic operators which are there in every programming actually, right? But some of the things can be different. For example, this power can be different way in other language, or even this can be different, all of that. Okay, so we are good, right? Now, let's say we have name variable and name is, let's say, Sumit Mittal, my name, right? Now, if I say print, I want to check whether Sumit is inside this, whether it is contained inside this name variable or not. How will I check? Print Sumit in name. Sumit in name. Is it true or false? It will be false because it is capital S, it is lower S. Let me just show you that. False. But if I make it capital, it will be true. Right? Basic things, but you should know. Right? Same way, if we can say not in name. Let's say Sumit not in name. This is true, right? Because this particular thing, or let's say Kapil not in name. This is true because it's not there. That's correct, right? Okay. So now let's talk about working with strings. Very important. Let's see about string related operations. Working with strings. Strings, right? Fine. Let's get started with this. Now, what is a string? What is a string? String is nothing but a sequence of characters. Sequence of characters is called as a string. A sequence of characters. Now, you can enclose a string inside double quotes. You can even enclose it inside single quotes. And you can even enclose it inside triple quotes like this. Now, you might be thinking, why? I mean, why so many different options? Any purpose for that, or just simply? There is a purpose for everything, right? So that's how there are three different options to define a string. And why I say a sequence? Because if, let's say, the string is, let's say, Sumit. Now, if you say it's an ordered collection, a sequence, because if you do not maintain that sequence, if you say U S M I T, it's not the same thing. So it's a ordered sequence, right? It's an ordered sequence. So let me show you why there are three ways. For example, let's say if I'm defining a name equal to, and I'm giving a double quote. So uh, let's say I'm saying Sumit's class or Sumit's training is really good. Now you might be thinking that I myself am saying that my training is good. People say that. Okay. Yeah. So if I would be, let's say I'm using a apostrophe here, right? Then if I'm using apostrophe like a single quote, if I try to enclose it inside a single quote, then wherever the first single quote came, it will feel that this is a string and it will not recognize this, right? It will not recognize the other part. So here, if you could have enclosed it inside this double quotes, it would have made sense. And it will not give you that error. I can print the name here. Print name. Right? Sumit's training is really good. Now, what if I want to, for example, let's say for some reason I want to use a double quote inside. But then I'm wrapping inside double quote, the string got over here, it won't recognize all of this, right? So there you can put it inside a single quote. If you have double quote inside, you can wrap it inside a single quote. Now if I run this, again, this gives me the answer. What if I, let's say, have both single quote and double quote? Let's say I have this also, or let's say this as well. Then what I can do, I can use a backslash to escape this character. It is like a escape character, right? I can use a backslash saying that, okay, the next is a escape character, right? If I run this, it should give me both of this. So we have escape character also that way. I hope this is clear. Now, what if my string spans multiple lines? Let's say Sumit training is good and and let's say in next line I am saying and he offers big data training. Right? I will remove this also. I do not want this. And let's say I put it inside single quotes. Will this work? Will this work? No, it won't. It won't. If I run, it will give me an error. Right? Whenever my string is spanning multiple lines, I could give it inside triple quotes like this, and I can put it. Even you remember multi-line comment can also be given this way. Actually, the multi-line comment is a trick that is actually a string itself, but we do not assign it to something, right? So if I do not assign it to something, it becomes like a comment. This becomes like a comment, right? I hope this is clear. Now, if I print this, it gives me all of this. But it also considers whatever space and all that you have given. So you can remove this space, right? I hope this is clear. Now, otherwise, if you want to print it in a new line that way, you can give backslash n. That's another escape character, right? So, for example, I give in a double quote, and I say backslash n, right? That also prints in a new line. That's a escape character again, backslash n. I hope this is clear. What is backslash t? Backslash t, it stands for a tab. You can see this is a tab, right? So we have seen three escape sequences also, backslash. After that, if you have apostrophe or that means it treats it like that. So backslash, I shown backslash n, backslash t, right? As and when more are required, we can see that, but that's what it is majorly. So that's about it. So you have seen why there are three ways of defining a string. These are the three ways. Okay. Now let's talk about string related operations. String related operations. This is interesting. and this is important stuff as well. Okay. Now, there are a lot of operations. I have already shown you earlier that how do we concatenate two strings. For example, if I say input first name, right, and input ideally you should not give a space, it should work, but still, last name, and then I will say print. So f name equal to this, l name equal to this, and print your name is first name, or I'll just say first name plus last name. First name plus last name. Sorry, f name and l name, right? F name, l name. This is like a concatenation, right? This is like a concatenation. It adds two strings, right? And you could have given a space. You could have given a space by doing this, right? It should work. You know that we have seen it earlier also. Okay. So this is about string concatenation. Concatenation. We have seen that already. Now we can even find length of a string. So for example, I will say first name equal to Sumit, or let's say I will give some name here, Sumit Mittal. Name equal to Sumit Mittal. Okay. Now what I will do is I can find the length of it, length of str, length of string, whatever. So I can say name here, and this should print the length of it. I can print it. I can print it. What's the length? 5. Even the space is the length. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Right? Roughly 12, I believe. 12. So this way you can find the length of a string. Right? Very straightforward. And this is a very generic function. You can find the length of an list, a tuple. Later you will see all of those types, but for now I'm saying length is a very general function. Okay. Now there are two main operations in string related operations, which are indexing and slicing. Indexing and slicing are two main operations in string, right? So indexing helps to get a particular character. Let's say you want to get the fourth character, you can get it right from a string. Slicing gives you a piece of it, right? Helps to get a slice, right? That means let's say you want to get the last five characters. So that's a slice of this, not just one character, right? So helps to get a slice. Okay, so this is fine. Now I will just show that practically. Let's say I get some order status from my text file, order status, and the order status is complete order. Let's say there are multiple order status, closed order, complete order, pending order, all of that. So I got pending complete space order as the order status from my data file, right? Now, what if, let's say I want to print the third index to it. So index always starts from 0. So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, right? So if I want to print the third index, order status, and I give this square brackets and 3. So it will give me the fourth character in this, that is P. Let me just show you that. P, right? Index starts from 0. index starts from 0. Even in Java, it starts from 0. Even in C language, it starts from 0, right? Yeah. Now, what if, so basically this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13. Now the last one, if let's say I do not know the length of this string and I want to print the last character, then I can give minus 1. Minus 1, that means again, if you have to see that way, this is minus 1, this is minus 2, minus 3, minus 1, minus 2, minus 3, minus 4, minus 5, minus 6, minus 7, like that. So if someone asks you to print the last character, then this minus kind of index works very well, right? Because you do not know that this is 13 characters long and you should ask for 13th index. You can say minus 1 because that's the last character. And it gives you R, right? It gives you R. What if I print minus 2, second last character? It will give me E, right? Fine. Even if you go from here 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. If you would have put 12, right, it would have given you E only, right? But how do you know it's at, you want second last, then how do you know you have to put 12? What's the length of this string, right? So that's how this works. So it helps you give one character at a particular index. Now, let's say you want to change something at one particular index. You want to say order status, order status, and let's say instead of this space, you want to put underscore. So what is this position? 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, right? Instead of this 8, at this position 8, you think that you want to put, instead of space, you want to put underscore. So you want something like complete underscore order, right? This is what you want, right? Is it possible? Is it possible? Let's see. If I print order status, what will happen? This will fail because string is immutable. You cannot change the string. So all the string related operations you are trying, you are accessing it, reading from it, right? But you cannot change the existing things, right? I'll write it here. String is immutable. You cannot make modifications to the string. If you want to make modifications, you create a new string and put the modifications there. But in the existing one, you cannot make any changes, right? Just have a look at it. Very, very important point to understand. Fine? Okay. So you understood about indexing and all, that's fine. Let me talk about slicing now. Let me talk about slicing. Slicing. You want to get a piece of it rather than one character, let's say. So, for example, order status is complete order. What I want to do is I just want to get the first, let's say I just want to print complete. How can I do that? I can say print order status, order status. Again, you give these kind of brackets, right? From which index you want to start? You want to start from a zeroth index, right? Starting of this. And till what character you want to print? So this is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. What if you print till 7? So this 0 is included, but 7 is not included. That is excluded. So it will print all the things before 7. That means it will print the 0th index, first, second, third, fourth, fifth, and sixth. But it won't print the 7th index. So it will print COMPLET. It won't print this E here. Let me just show that to you. I hope this is clear. Right? Now, now let's say I want to print print this particular order thing. So it starts from ninth index, right? Ninth index. So I can say 9 and 9 2, if you see R would be 14. 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, and 13, if I put 13, R will not be printed. If I want to print R also, I will give 14, right? One more, right? Now if I print, it will give me order, correct? Okay. Now what if I want to print this entire word? I do not know what's the size. So instead of 14, I can even say, I'll remove this. I can, instead of 14, because I do not know what's the length of this. I know from which word this is starting, like 9, but I do not know what's the length. So I can just call the function length of order status. Length of order status, right? And this should give me order, right? For order status starting from 9 till the length. If you want to do it again properly, you can say length equal to this, and then you can just say length, right? A more modular way of doing the same thing. I hope we are good with this. Okay. Now what if I do not even give this? Let me remove the length part. Let me remove the length part. What if I just say 9 colon this? What does it mean? It means print till the end. Start from 9 but print till the end. So it will print again the same thing, which is order, right? And if I, let's say, do not give here and I give, let's say, 8, that means it's saying start from the beginning and print till 8th, but 8th is not included. So it will print complete, right? Now, what if, so basically, if you miss the first thing, it assumes it starts from 0. If you miss the last thing, it assumes that we have to print till the end, right? And if you miss both the things, it assumes that you're starting from 0 and printing till the end. So it's as good as printing order status fully, right? It will print it. I hope this makes sense. What if someone asks you, can you print, think of it, print the last 5 characters. Print the last 5 characters. Pause the video and think how you can do it. Pause the video and think how you can do it. I'll tell you. Thought? Okay. If you have to print the last 5 characters, then here negative index will help. -5. That means you have to start from there. Till what place? Till the end. Right? If I put it like this, let's say, what does it show? Right? Or even I can here say length of order status, whatever. And multiple ways I can do this. So that's where negative index helps us, right? Just have a look. So this is how you print the last 5 characters. So what if I want to print everything after the space? I want to print everything after the space. How will I do that? Print print everything after the space. Space is here. How will I do? So what I will do is I can use another function to find where space is. What's the index of space? How will I find? I can say index equal to index equal to I can say order status dot find. That means in this order status I want to find space. And if there are multiple spaces, it gives me the first occurrence of it, right? That what's the index position of the first occurrence, that it will tell me, and it will give me that index. For example, if I print this, this will give me whatever, wherever this space is, the index of this. So once I get this index, what I have to do, what I would have to do, let me just remove this. What I would have to do, I would take this index and say index plus 1, because index is for space, right? I want to start from the next index and I want to print till the end. I want to print till the end. That's how I can print everything after the space. Let me just show you that, and it prints that. So multiple ways you should know these things, because when cleaning the data, when extracting the data and manipulating that, these are very, very important. How you slice it, how you use indexing, and so on. Right? In data engineering, data analyst, or even data as a data scientist, whenever you are doing these operations, these are quite important. That's why I'm focusing on this more. Right? What if you want to print the first word before the space? Right? Print the first word. How you will do that? So index equal to order status dot find space, right? After that, you want to start from 0 till what point you want to run. So we have got that index of this, right? So we want to run till here, because this is anyways not included, and it will print everything before the space. So this will give me complete, right? So the use case for this could be, let's say you have, let's say I'll just show you that. And this is how the file is: order id, order date, order customer id, order status. And you see last one column is order status, which is closed, pending payment, complete, closed. But let's say there was some problem and you got something like closed order, right? After everything, this order word is included, but that's not relevant for you in your calculation, because order status is either closed, pending payment, complete. But somehow that additional word is also coming: closed order, right? Complete order, complete order. If this word is coming, how will you remove that from your this as part of your cleanup, right? This can be really, really important. I hope this makes sense to you, right? Okay, I'll just open this PyCharm again. Fine. So this would be good. Now let's say what I will get if I say I want to print from -5 to -1. What it will give you? Order. Because what is -5? -1, -2, -3, -4, -5. That means ORDE, right? So -1 is this one, so it won't print all the things before this. It will print ORDE, right? Okay. Now, here there is one more thing. There is something called as, if you give the third parameter, let's say you say I want to start from 1, I want to go up to 9, right? What it will print? It will start from 1 and it prints this line step by step, right? But what if I want to skip every second character, right? I want to skip. By default, this size is 1, that it prints everything. But what if I give 2 here, step size? That means, so first it starts with O, and then it skips 1 and then print P, then it skips 1, it print E, like that. So let's see. OPEE, right? How it's print this PEE, right? Same way you can give it 3 here also, like that. So this is step size. This is step size. By default, if you do not give, this is 1. Now let me ask you a very interesting problem. Okay, can you, using this, can you reverse a string? Reverse a string using this. Reverse a string. Is this doable? Can you reverse a string and print that? So what you can do, first two I am not giving anything, that means it's things that it's starting from the starting till the end, and step size -1. Step size -1. Don't you feel it will print the entire string backwards, right? Backwards it will print everything, right? COMPLETEORDER, right? It has printed it backwards. Step size is -1 actually. Okay, fine. So this is the reversed text. Now, uh, I was talking about find, right? I was talking about find. So let's say if I say order if I say order status dot find something which is not available, order status dot find, why I'm putting it inside double quotes, not required, find, let I want to find E. There are two E's available here. There are two E and E, which, or three E's are here. Which one it will give the index of? It will give me the index of the very first occurrence of this, right? So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This should print 5, right? The first occurrence of it. What if I try printing S? Try finding S inside this. S does not exist. S does not exist. So how it will take care of that? S, it will give me -1. So find will give -1 in case if this character does not exist. So I will just make a note here. Where is my notepad? Notepad is here. So I will just write find returns the first or the index of first occurrence, right? Index of first occurrence. If not found, returns -1. Returns -1. There is another way to do that. If you can find the index by using this index also, right? If I give E here, it will return same 5. Same way it works that way. But if it does not exist, like in case of S, it will throw an error, exception. I mean, we'll get to know what I mean by exception, but it throws an exception, substring not found. But in case of your find, it was giving -1. So I'll write it here. Uh, so talking about uh, index returns the index of first occurrence. If not found, if not found, throw exception. Right? That's what we have seen. Now there are a lot of other functions like ends with, capitalize. I'll quickly show, but these are very straightforward. So for example, let's say I will say print, very straightforward actually. Order status dot, I want to check whether this ends with a particular thing. Ends with, and let's say I am giving ends with order, which is true or not. Yes, it is true. Right? I'm saying whether this particular string ends with a order, true or not. Yes, it is. So after that, we can have a capitalize also, which capitalizes the first word. So for example, uh, here I will say print order status dot capitalize. Capitalize. That means it will increase this to capital letters, right? Complete order. So there would be many such functions available. How you can check those actually. You can just say order status dot, and it gives you all the string related, right? Index, find, capitalize, ends with, strip. Strip will remove the leading spaces, right? If there is a space, for example, uh, let's say this, and even this, leading and trailing spaces are there. And if you print, you were printing this, right? So let's see. So when you were printing, you were getting this spaces here and spaces here. So how you can remove this space? You can say print order status dot, and I can say strip. So it will remove all the left side spaces or and right side spaces. You can see the third one. This has removed this, right? This has removed. And if you want to remove the left side space, you can say left strip, right? Left one, I'll strip. It removes spaces from the left, but it has spaces at the right. You can see here. It has spaces at the right. Same way I can use R strip so that it removes the spaces from the right, like this one. Very, very straightforward, right? Now there is even one function called as replace, which replaces all the occurrences of a thing with some other thing. For example, if I have to use order status dot replace, right? And what to replace with what? Let's say I say complete. I want to replace with completed. Here, sorry, uh, completed, right? So wherever it will find complete, it will replace it with completed. But it's not doing in the same string, right? We are just printing, and we can capture it inside some other string if we want, but we cannot mutate the string, right? Very, very important point to remember. So complete is changed to completed, and if this complete word is occurring 10 times, at all the places it will be changed actually, right? I hope this makes sense. So we have seen all of that. Now I just want to highlight one thing, that right now we are seeing basic data types, right? Basic in the sense which hold one value. Basic data types, where we have seen int, float, bool, right? What else we have seen? We have seen string. All of that we have seen. Now what I want to tell is, even we have seen none. All of this hold one value, right? None does not hold any, but none of them hold more than one value as such. Now even if you think that, okay, Sumit Mittal, you might think, "So, Sumit sir, this is holding two values." No, it's still one string, one string. This is one thing only, one object, right? Now there are, so basically these are normal things, but string still holds some characters. That's why I say it's a sequence of characters, because the sequence matters. And there are some other data types which, or some other data structures that we will learn, data structures that we will learn later, right? But I want to just talk about it very minutely as of now. We have list, we have tuple, we have range, we have uh, again string. I will put to this part, why I will tell you. And then we have dictionary, and dictionary, and then we have set, right? So we have these kind of data structures, but we have not talked about it. These are little more advanced than what we are doing, because list, tuple, range, all of this hold more than one value. It's a list of values it holds, right? Same way dictionary holds more than one value, set holds more than one value. So these are data structure which hold more than one value, but these data structures are characterized into sequence type and non-sequence type. So whatever I have written here are sequence type, because the sequence is important. You cannot change the ordering. But when you talk about a dictionary and set, you, the sequence is not important. That means the order is not relevant at all. You can have one item first or at the end, does not matter, right? So for example, list looks something like this: 4, 5, 6, 8. So it's a list of four numeric values. Tuple is hold inside this. Right now I do not intend to teach list, tuple, range, str. List and tuple are super important, which I will cover in extreme depth later, but I just want to highlight this for now, right? So this is a tuple. Range can be, again, let's say a range of from 0 to 9. All numbers from 0 to 9 can be one range. And string, you already know, let's say Sumit Mittal. All of this sequence matters here. You cannot replace 5 initially, because we try to get the data by index of 2. Now we cannot change these values and shuffle it around, so that when we try to get the data using index, it gives a different result. No, sequence is important. But when you talk about a dictionary or a set, here let's say a set of 3 values. Let's say uh, uh, I say cricket, hockey, basketball, right? So here the order is not important, because I will never be using indexing on this. It is not accessible by index as such, because ordering is not important, right? Even dictionary is a set of key values. Just like you have a word, a key and corresponding value, just like your English dictionary, right? I'll talk more about it, but I just want to highlight about these things, right? So these are the things. Now I have talked about escape characters already, right? Now let's say I have shown you the orders file, right? I, let's say, get this kind of input. I read a text file and I got this kind of input, right? I'm getting this kind of input, like I'm using any framework and I'm reading a file and I'm getting this. Now, let's say I capture it inside orders df. Do not worry what is df. Generally, when we read it in PySpark, we use data frame or even pandas, right? Yeah. So this will be coming like a string together because you read from a text file and each line is a string, right? Each line is a string. So this will come like this in a variable, whatever it is. So right now, if you just print this string is one complete thing. It's not separated. But how can you perform something? Let's say if I want to get the fourth column, if I want to get the fourth column, there are four columns, right? Then I might think this 0, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. So this is order ID, timestamp, customer ID, and order status. Now, if I say print order df of 1 or order df of 3, because then I should get this, right? What I will get? What I will get? This is orders df. It gives me 0. Why? Because this is 0, 1, 2, and 3, right? So 3 is nothing but at third index we have 0 because entire thing is treated like a string, right? But that is what not I was not intending that. I was thinking that we have this one value, we have this second value, we have this third value, and we have this fourth value. So how do I treat it that way? What I can do is orders df, orders df dot, I can use a split function. Split by default, if you do not give anything, it will split based on spaces. But in my case, I want to split it based on a comma. My split condition is based on a comma, not on a space, right? And I will say orders new df, orders new df equal to, right? Now, if I print this, print, let's see. Now it is printing a list. Now we have got a list actually. From one string, we have split it based on comma and we have got a list of four values. How to confirm that it's a list? If you hover on this, it says str here, string. If you hover on this, it says list of strings. How many strings right now? Four strings. Now, what if I want to print so how I can refer these strings inside this list? This is 0, this is 1, this is 2, and this is 3. So I can just say of 3, this will help me to get the order status, right? That's how we do. We kind of retrieve the columns and then crunch those in our data engineering and all. I hope this would have made some sense to you, right? Okay. So you kind of got that. You have understood about strip also. Let's say if we had after this comma a lot of spaces, right? And as part of your cleanup, you want to get the last column, the order status, right? And you want to remove this spaces also. Then you can say dot strip, right? It will remove that spaces. You can see there is no space. So that's how data cleaning. Data cleaning is a very, very important activity in Python. Whatever language functions are there, those are super, super important in order to do that. Right? Okay. Now, what if it's given that, okay, sometimes this order status comes in uppercase, sometimes lowercase. We want to standardize that, right? We want to standardize. Then we can even use one more function. We can just say dot upper or lower. Let's say we can say dot lower. And we can change these functions, right? One after the other. Dot lower. And if I run this, it will be converted to a lowercase. So that we standardize all this so that later when we are doing aggregations and all, it becomes easy. So same way, just like we have lower, we have upper also. You can try that out. So with this, I think I should end the session. By the way, I am sure that you would have loved this session, and if you truly enjoyed it, do like this video, subscribe to my channel, and that would be a good enough motivation for me to come up with new topics in the upcoming sessions. So do show your support, do show your love, because I am putting my best efforts in order to get this playlist to a level where it is even better than the paid playlist, right? Or paid courses. So with this, let me end the session, and I hope you would have truly enjoyed that. In our next session, we will come up with more interesting things. Thanks a lot. Hello friends, welcome again. In this session, I will talk about lists and tuples in Python. So let's get started. So as you would be knowing, there are four main data structures in Python, right? And we also call this data structures as collection type because they hold more than one value, right? Collection types. And these are, if you can think of list, tuple, we say tuple or tuple, whatever you feel fine, sets, and dictionary. These are the four important data structures and collection types in Python. Why do we say collection type? Because these hold more than one value. Your integer hold one value, string hold one value, but these hold more than one value, a list of values, right? So that's why these are called collection data types. It collects some values inside it. Now, as you know, list is enclosed in this square brackets. For example, a list of 1, 2, 3, 4 numbers. Tuple is enclosed inside this brackets 1, 2, 3, 4, and a set is enclosed in this curly braces, and this is like 1, 2, 3, 4. And a dictionary is something like a key value collection, right? Key value collection. For example, let's say I'm talking about what's the brand. I'm talking about a phone. Let's say brand is iPhone, right? So the key is brand and value is iPhone, right? And let's say I talk about the model number, model, uh, and let's say model number is 15, that's iPhone 15. And let's say another key is price. Price is, let's say, I do not know, 69,999 might be, right? 69,999. I hope this is clear, right? Now, these are the four important data structures that you should know in Python. And if you want to go in data field, like a data engineer, data analyst, data scientist, talking about these collections is super, super important, right? So in this session, I would talk about list and to some extent tuples. Now, all of these data structures, whichever I have mentioned, can be categorized into two categories. One is, some of them are sequence types. Sequence types are the ones where sequence is important or the order is important. For example, in list, right? The ordering is important because I can access saying, can you give me index number one? And this would be this because it starts from index zero. Index 0, 1, 2, and 3. Same is the case with tuple, that we have index 0, 1, 2, and 3. But in case of a set and in case of a dictionary, the order is not important. A set, whatever I have written, is equivalent to 4, 2, 1, 3. Right? This is equivalent to, I mean, both of these are equivalent, if you ask me. Because ordering is not important, and you cannot say that get me the second index. Index is not a thing here. right? Order is not important. That's why your set is not a sequence type. It is not a sequence type. And same goes with dictionary. Whether I have this key before or this key before does not matter. So the sequence does not matter here also generally, right? So list and tuple, the sequence matters. That's why these are called sequence types. List and tuple, right? Even when you talk about your string was a sequence type because string is a sequence of characters. So sequence matters of the characters, right? Now, another way to think about this is my data type or data structure mutable or immutable? Mutable versus immutable. By the way, I'll stop here and ask you, if you have not subscribed to my channel, do subscribe now because I'm going coming up with a lot of interesting stuff and you would truly enjoy my sessions. So in case if you feel my content is worth it, do subscribe to my channel, do like the video, do comment on it, and that will be a good enough motivation for me. Yeah. So I was talking about mutable versus immutable. Mutable means the value can be changed. Immutable means the value cannot be changed. For example, when you talk about your string, you cannot change the value. You cannot change the value. So it is immutable, right? When you talk about list, it is mutable. You can change the value. I'll show that in this session. A tuple. The main difference between a list and a tuple is list is mutable. You can change the value, right? You can alter it, but tuple is immutable, right? So when you talk about your big data world or data world, you really want to get data structures which cannot be mutated generally, right? So tuple is very, very widely used, right? Set is again, you can mutate it, mutable, and your dictionary is also mutable. Anyways, our main concentration right now is on list and tuple. So the main difference between list and tuple, of course, the way we define it, it is inside this brackets, right? And these kind of brackets come for tuple, right? These are square brackets and this is a normal bracket. Okay. So let's proceed. So you understood about mutability and immutability. We will see that practically. Okay. So let's get started now with the practicals. Enough of theory. So in other languages, you would have read about arrays, right? In Java, in C, right? So list is almost same like an array. But one thing is that when you talk about arrays in Java or C language, you talk about arrays of a certain type like integer, string, like that. But here list can hold values of different types, right? It can hold values of different types. For example, I can have a orders list. This can be your orders list. This can be your orders list. You see, this is an integer, this is a string, right? This is again an integer, and this is again a string, right? So let me go to my PyCharm, and here I will define this. I will say order equal to, instead of orders, I will say order equal to this. Let's say this is one particular order which I have got from a text file, like, or let's say orders does not matter. Now what I would do is, I can print it, print this orders. Let me run Control R and it will show this, no big deal. Okay. Now let me try to show you, or if I hover on it, it will say this is a list. You can see list, right? You can just have a look that it's saying, and this has some integer type, some string types. That's what it is saying, right? Let me also print the type of it. How do you print the type? I can say type orders, and it should print the same thing, that this is a list. Okay, fine. So we have created our first list right now. Now what we will see is, if you want to create a tuple for this, you just have to change this, right? You just have to change this, right? And if I hover here, it will say it's a tuple, right? You can see this. It says it's a tuple. You can see this, right? And tuple of integer, and string. That's what it says. Now, if I print the type, you can say it's a tuple. Control R, and it's a tuple. Very minute syntax difference here. But the difference lies in the fact that your list is mutable and tuple is immutable. I'll write it here. List is mutable and tuple is immutable. Very, very important. Right? Okay. Now let's proceed with this. Let me try to create a list again quickly. I want to show you the list. Now, what if I want to get, let's say, the element at the second index, 0, 1, and 2. Right? I want to get the customer ID. This is on the third column, I have the customer ID. I want to get that. How will I get it? I can say orders of 2. And I'm getting this as the customer ID. Because it is indexed. That means it's a sequence, right? Whenever the ordering of it matters, then indexing will work, right? Then indexing will work. So with the index, I am able to retrieve this value. Just have a look at it. Now, what if I say orders of 5? Actually, we have indexed till 0, 1, 2, and 3. So it's not available. So it will throw an error saying list index out of range. List index out of range. I hope this is clear. Now I will show you how to mutate the list. Mutating the list. So let's say I'll say here uh, orders of 0, 1, 2, and 3. I want to change the order status. Instead of closed, I want to make it complete. Right? Now if I say orders, let's see. You see this is complete. That means the same list which we were dealing with, we are able to change one of the element. And this is what I am calling as mutability. We can mutate it, right? I hope this makes sense to you. We are able to mutate the list. Now talking about tuple here, if I would just change these brackets like this to make it a tuple, then do you feel it will work? No, this won't. This won't for sure. It says tuple object does not support item assignment. That means we cannot mutate a tuple. Tuple is immutable. This should give you a clear idea about it, I believe. I'll again make it back to a list. I hope we are good. Now, you understand that in tuple you can access it, you can play around with the data, but you cannot change it. But in list, you can access it, plus you can make modifications. Now let me add the element at the end of the list. If I want to add something at the end of this list, let's say I want to add the order amount. I want to add the order amount. Then what I will say, orders dot append. Let's say order amount was 100. And I can say print orders. You can see 100 is added at the end. So whenever we append, it's always added at the end, right? It's always added at the end. Of course, for append is available for your list, but for your tuple, it won't be available. It won't be available for your tuple. So it's pretty straightforward. For example, I will say orders list, and let me create a orders tuple here. Orders tuple, and I will just change these brackets. right? So for example, I have said orders list dot append and I printed orders list, right? So this was working anyways. Now what if I make it to let's say orders tuple? Append itself is not there when you just say like this, right? Append itself is not there. But when we say orders list, automatically you will find append. You can see this, right? So that's a clear cut indication. Let me make this as orders and this as orders tuple. That should be fine, right? I hope this is clear. So what I made orders 3 or orders dot append 100 and orders. Okay. So this is clear that append works for list but not for tuple. Now same way, what if I do not want to add something at the end? I have a requirement that this order amount I should be adding as a second column. Second column I should be adding. Then what I should do? I can basically say insert, and I will define at what index I want to add. If I want to add as a second column, then it's my index 1. On index 1 I want to add 100, right? I'll say control R and you can see it's added as the second column, that is index 1, right? Very simple things, but you should know, right? Insert won't work for your tuple. Insert won't work for your tuple. Okay. So we have added the element as at the specific index. We added the element at the end by using append. Now, apart from this, we can find the length of this. How do we find the length? We can say length of orders. This will tell how many elements are present in this list. So we can print this. We can print this. 4. Total 4 elements are present, and of course there are 4 elements. Will this length function work for your tuple? Yes, because we are not manipulating it, right? It's just reading and calculating something. So definitely for your orders tuple, also this will work. There is no problem. It will work. So I am trying to build that thought process that you yourself understand what will work for a tuple and what will work for a list, right? Okay. Now, ideally, there are functions like your just like we have calculated the length. We can calculate min, we can calculate max. All of this will work for both your list and tuple. But now, if I try to say min here, will this work? Will this work? Min. Ideally not, because how can we compare an integer with a string? If all of them are integers, we could have done that, right? It will not be able to compare a string with a integer. Not supported, like less than not supported between instances of str and int. Very, very proper thing, right? You yourself can understand. I hope this is clear. For example, if I define orders new equal to 12685, right? It will make sense here to find the min. If I say orders new, it will work, right? Same way you can define a max here. I hope we are clear with this. Okay. So you understood about min, max, length. There are a lot of functions. You do not have to worry too much. You can check out the documentation. Now there is one more function which is important, which is pop, right? Pop removes the last element from the list, right? So what I will do is I will say orders dot pop, right? Takes the last element out, and I can say print orders. So what do you expect? It will print one, this date and this customer ID. It won't print the order status because that's gone. So you can see this. Pop removes the last element. Now ideally when you call this pop, it even gives you or it returns the last element. So if you print this also, if you print, what will it print? So it removes, but it will print you for you also, right? So it will show closed. So you see this. So ideally pop, whenever you call this function, it removes the last element and it returns the same. That's why when we are printing, we are able to see this, right? How about for tuple? Will it work? Ideally, it's changing the list in place. Same list it's changing. It's not new list that it is generating. So of course, this won't work for a tuple, but just for your clarification, I'll quickly show you that. Right? I can show you that it won't work. Tuple object has no attribute pop because it's not there. It's not there. I hope we are good here. Right? So you understood about what is pop, and sometimes it's necessary for you to remove the last column, let's say. Right? So it will help you there. Now, in other languages, you might have read about for loop. So I want to give you some idea around that too. Right? I want to give you some idea about for loop. So let's say I have these elements and I want to print each element. I know this is at index 0, this is at index 1, this is at 2, this is at 3. But I cannot say that, okay, print orders of 0, print orders of 1. I have to write 4 times then this. Right? What if hundreds of elements are there? Then it's too much of manual work. Rather, I would create a for loop. How a for loop works? For, right, for x in orders, that means how it works is that this will automatically have a loop, and first time the value of x will be 1, next time it will be this, next time it will be this, and next time it will be this for x in orders, colon, right? And now I say what I want to do. I say print x, print x, right? If I try printing this, you can see I am printing all of the elements. But I have not written too much of code that I am printing this manually, this manually, this manually, like that, right? So that's the beauty. I hope this is clear. Just have a look at it, right? Okay. Now, what if I want to print the data type of each element inside this? I can just wrap it inside a type, and this should then print me the types of each element. You can see first one is integer, second is string, third is integer, fourth is string. That's correct. That's correct, right? Okay. Now, I will comment this line for now. I'll comment this line and let me define. I want to have numbers from 1 to 10. So I can define a range like this. Range 1 to 10. If I say 10, 10 is not included. So I will tell 11. That will mean from 1 to 10 all the numbers. Right? And I will capture it inside numbers equal to range 1 to 11. Right? Now what I will do is I want to find, my goal is to find the sum of first 10 numbers 1 to 10. Then what I can do for x in numbers, I will define something like sum equal to 0 here, sum equal to 0. For x in numbers, sum equal to sum plus x, right? Initially sum was initialized with 0, and every time I am looping from 1, 2, 3, 4, and I am summing this. And I can now say print sum. What would be the sum of first 10 numbers? It is 55. And if I say Control R, that will show 55 to me. I hope this is clear. Just have a look. Right? Now what I would want is, instead of me defining the range here, let me take it from the input. I would say, okay, give the starting range, give the ending range, and we will calculate the sum in between that. So I'll say range start equal to input input starting range, starting range, right? And whatever I will capture, that will be a string, so I can wrap it inside an integer, isn't it? Okay, perfect. Now range end equal to int. Again, I have wrapped it inside an integer. I will take the input and I will say range ending. Okay, fine. Now sum equal to 0, and then for x in numbers, right? So what do we have to say here? So I can say numbers equal to numbers equal to, and then I will define a range. Range is from which to which, whatever I have taken, right? Range start, comma, range end. But let's say if a user define 10, then of course that person means that I want some till 10, right? So that should be included. But as per this, it is not. So I will say plus 1. Plus 1. I hope this is clear. Now if I run this, starting range, let's say 1, ending or range ending, let's say 100. I want to find the sum of first 100 numbers, and that is 5050. You can calculate, right? So that's an interesting thing that we have made. I hope this would make sense, right? Okay. Same way you can play around with a lot of other things, but that should give you an idea about how a for loop works. Now, let me remove all of this and uh, let me have this orders, and what I would do now is, let me say order amounts equal to, and let me let me put some order amounts. Let's say we are getting from a text file some order amount, let's say 100, 200, and somewhere the value is also not there, let's say none, and somewhere it is invalid. Let's say string is coming which is invalid. Ideally it should be integer, but let's say string is coming, somewhere it's coming integer, somewhere it's coming a float, all of that. Like this, some random values are coming, but ideally it should have been an integer, but data is not clean. Let's say somewhere the value is missing, none shows the absence of a value, somewhere it's coming like a random string value, right? But my goal is, I want to find the sum of all the proper integers or decimals. I want to ignore all the others. For example, here I want to ignore none, invalid, because I know I cannot do arithmetic operations on this. How do I approach this? So I can say sum equal to 0, sum equal to 0, right? Because working in a data world, you can expect unclean data, right? And you have to deal with it. So let's say you are getting this, and you say sum equal to 0 for x in order amounts. And now what you can say, you can use a if statement. If type of x, right? This x, initially x will be 100. If I say type of x, that will be integer. If this equal to integer, or type of x equal to float, right? That means these are integers, this is integer, this is float. I want to ignore all the others. So if it is integer or a float, then you participate in the sum. Right? Else what you do? You skip it. And how do you skip? You say continue. When you say continue, then it's not participated. That means whenever it sees continue, it goes again back to the for loop, right? So for example, when we say 100, initially sum plus 100 will make it 100. Next time when 200 comes, then we will get 300 totally, and then we get none. The type won't match, so it will come in the else part and it will continue. Then it will get invalid, right? again it won't match, so it will come here, it will continue, right? It will go to the next value, which is 300. So 300 plus 300 will become 600, and same way 600 plus 400.5 will become 1000.5. And now I can print it. I can say print sum, and you can see this is the output. So you can see we have dealt with a messy list which is not clean, and we are able to use the conditional statements in order to make it work, right? So I'm trying to show various scenarios, right, how we work in the real world. I hope this would make sense to you. Okay, now we could have done it slightly differently also. Instead of using a for loop, we could have used a while loop also. Let me show you that. Same problem can be done in various styles. I'm just showing you all of those. Let's say I define I equal to 0, right, and sum equal to 0. So I will say while I less than length of this list, right? Length of this list. How much is the length? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So while I less than 6, I am saying, so that I want to iterate over this entire list, right, one by one. So how many times this will run? This will start from here, then here, then here, then here, then here, then here. After that, it will break. So now I will say type if type of orders amount, right? Orders amount of what? I. Initially I is 0. That means orders amount of 0 is 100. That means we are using indexing now, right? So initially it is 0, then 1, then 2. So we can get to know this value like that. So if type of this equal to int, right? Or type of, or I'll just take this, type of this equal to float. Same thing we are doing. Then what we want to do? Sum equal to sum plus, we can do this particular value, right? Else what we want to do? Else I equal to I plus 1, and we can continue. That means otherwise you please skip it. Right? And see, if it will go to this part, it won't go to the else part. Then also we have to increase the value of I, right? Because otherwise it will become a infinite loop. So I will increase the value of I. I equal to I plus 1. Right? I hope this is clear. Because what happens if, let's say, I do not give it here? You might be thinking why we are giving 2 times. If we do not give it here, it will directly go to continue, and then it will reach at the starting here without invoking this. Because if you do not increment the value of I, that will become an infinite loop. You do not want to do that. That's why you want to put this. Right? And I can say print sum. If I run this should give me the same answer. I'm showing you various approaches. You can see all of them are pretty easy. Now I can do it in one more style. 3 ways I am showing you. I have done using your for. I have shown using while. In while also I can show using one more way, which is I can say while true. While true. Right? While true. So what I will do, while true means infinite loop. Until we break, it will continue. So if type and all this equal to this, sum equal to this is fine. Else I equal to I plus 1 continue. This is to skip the none, invalid, all these things. And then what we have to do here? And then what we have to do? We are saying I equal to I plus 1. But we have to we are not checking the condition here. This will always come true. So we increase the value of I and say if our I equal to length of order amounts, then we need to break. Then we need to break, right? So I wanted to show a use case where I use continue and break, right? Break will break this loop. Break will break this loop. Continue will again bring you back to the next iteration of this loop, right? So when you say break, the while loop will be terminated, actually, right? So I can do it the same way also. Continue, why we are using here? Just to skip these values, invalid, none, because when data types do not match, I want to skip these values. That's where I'm using continue. Break is when I feel, okay, I have iterated the entire list, now I want to break, right? Break the loop. Then it's for that. Now I will do control R and I'll show the result would be the same. So I hope we have understood this well. Okay, this should be fine. Now let me remove all of this. So you understood about loops also. I'll provide you the notes, do not worry. Now I will take this orders equal to this, right? Now what I will do? I want to say that, okay, can you tell me where exactly on which index this is present? I can search for it. And this should, I want the index of it. How will I do? I'll say print orders dot index because I want to get the index of what? Index of this. Customer ID I am providing. It should give me 2. Right? So this is the index on which this particular number is present. Right? I could even search for this. Right? It should give me 1. Now, what if I give something which is not there? 1, 2, 3. What will happen? It gives me error is not in this list. Right? Because since it has to return the index, it gives us an error saying it's not there in the list. Later, we will see in our exception handling, error handling, that how we can do it gracefully because we do not want our code to break like this, right? It should have said, sorry, your number does not exist in this, right? It should not have given an error rightly. We will see later in our course. Okay. Now, let's say, can I do the same for your tuple? What do you think? Just think of it. Just think of it. 11599 should work because we are not doing any manipulation here. We are not doing any change here, right? So definitely it should work. So it's a good enough idea for you to be that what functions would work for your list, what functions would work for your tuple, right? Okay. So now, is there any way that we want to find, let's say 1, 2, 3, we want to just check whether 1, 2, 3 is present in this or not. But if it is not present, it should not give us an error. It should just say it's present or not. That's it. Then you have a much safer way. You can say, 11599 in orders, right? If I print, this says true because it is present. But if I say 1, 2, 3, it will say false because it's not present. So this is graceful. This is graceful, right? But it does not give you the index, by the way. It just gives you limited information whether it's present or not. Okay, so we are good with this. Now, what if you, let's say, have a orders list and you have some order IDs here. Order ID 50, order ID 50, order ID 40, and let's say order ID 50 again, 30, and another order ID 50. Right? Some order IDs are repeating. Now, what you want to find is, let's say you want to find the count of order ID 50 here. Right? So let's say I will say print orders dot count 50. This should give me the count of this. So it is coming 4 times. Right? Very, very straightforward. What if I give something which is not here? Should give 0. It's not available. 0. 0 times. So this is how you can get the count of an element inside the list, right? Count of element inside the list. Now think of it whether it will be applicable for a tuple or not. I leave it to you, right? Mention in the comments whether it will be applicable for tuple or not. You just answer that in the comments. Okay. Now I can even do a sort of it, sort, right? Now you might think, oh, we have sorted, it's giving none. Actually, what we have to do, we have to say orders dot sort, because it does not return anything that way. It does not return anything. It sorts the list in place. So if I print orders, it will print the sorted list. You can see the sorted list, right? I hope, because you understand that sort is not going to give us anything. It sorts it. That's it. So when you print orders dot sort, of course it will give you none. So you now print orders. It will give you the list. Now what if we want to reverse this list now? We say orders dot reverse. So it's more like a descending order now, isn't it? It's more like a descending order. Okay. Now you tell me, again mention whether this sort and reverse, will it work for a tuple or not? Mention in the comments whether it will work for a tuple or not. You do not have to try it. You think logically and tell whether it will work or not. Okay. Now one more interesting thing I want to showcase. Let's say I have this orders and I am creating a new orders new equal to, and I assign the same thing. I assign the same thing. Now let's say if I make any change to the new list or old list, will it reflect to the other one? Right? Will it reflect to the other one? Let's say I am saying orders new, and I am, let's say, changing the value at the first index. First index is this one, right? And I am making it 200. The value I am making 200. Now I am saying print orders. I'm making the change in the new one, but I'm printing orders, and you would be surprised to see this is reflecting in the old also. Why? Because it's just two lists pointing to the same memory location. It's not actual copy. One memory location and two names pointing to it. Either you refer it with orders or orders. Two references. So if you make change in one, it will reflect to the other. But if you truly want to make a copy of it, right, then you have to use copy. You have to use copy. I'll just show you that. So I can say orders dot copy, right? And now if I make a change, it won't reflect in the old one. You can see this. Now these two are separate lists. So if you make change in one, it does not reflect to another because these are at two different memory locations. So you have to use dot copy in order to make an actual copy of it. Otherwise, both of them will point to the same list. Right? I hope this makes sense. Now, let's say I am having some customer IDs, and let's say I have 102, 105, 102. That means some of them are repeating. Let's say 103, 107, whatever coming to my mind, I am writing 109, 110, and 109. Let's say these are the customer IDs available. Now what I want to do is I want to find the list of unique customers. Find the list of unique customers. How do you find that? Let me create a new list because I want to create a new list, right? So I will create a list called as unique customers, and I will define as an empty list right now. I'll define as an empty list. Now what I will do for X in customer IDs, what I want to do, right? So for X in customer IDs, I want to do if, that means I want to iterate over this entire thing. Now initially it will be 102 value. Now if X X would be 102 in the first case, right? If X in, if it is available as a part of this list, if X in unique customers, then that means this value is added here. So continue. Do not worry, skip it because I want everything to come once only, right? Else, else, what I would say, unique customers, right? Unique customers dot append X. Now you think right now what will happen? Initially the value will be 102. So if 102 in unique customers, no, because the list itself is empty right now. So it will go to the else part. And what it will do, it will append 102 at the end. So this will become 102, right? Next time what will happen? It will again have 105 as a value. It will again go to this part. It will append 105 here. Next time what will happen? It will have 102 here. So if X in unique customers, yes, it's there 102, right? So what it will do, it will continue. That means it will go to the next value 103. 103 not here, so it 103 will come here. Like that it will keep going. I hope you got it, right? And now let me just print this. Print. I can give a new line. Print unique customers, and I will print this. So you can see these are just unique. Duplicates are not coming now. Duplicates are coming just one time. It's not repeating, right? Can be very, very handy things when you are working in production. I hope this makes sense. Now we could have done it one other way, which is a very, very easy way without doing all of this. What we could have done is, let me remove all of this. Let me remove all of this. Set does not hold repeated values. If you put a value 5 times in a set, it will hold only one time. So can we convert this to a set and things will be done? How to do? I can say set and then I can put pass on this customer IDs. That's it. I just wrap it around a set and this will convert my list to a set. And then I will say unique customers equal to. That's it. Nothing else. And if you print this unique customers, it will be truly unique, right? So that's the property of a set, that it, if you put the same value multiple times, it hold only once time. You cannot repeat it. So I just converted my repeated list to a set and it has taken care of the things, right? Anyways, we will talk about set in our future sessions, but I hope this should give you an idea. So I think the session is getting long. I would hold on for the remaining things and we can have a part two for this because list and tuple is super, super important. I really do not want to, cover everything in one go. I want to give you time so that you can process the information, take it at your own pace. Now, again, I would say this was my third session in the entire series, right? If you have not watched the other two sessions, do check. I'm trying my best to give you a very, very quality content, the things which matters the most. That's why I'm coming up with orders file and a customers file to give you that thought process around it, right? So I would say if you have not subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe now. Do like this video, comment on how do you feel about it, and that would be a really motivating thing for me. So with this, I would end the session and I hope you truly liked it. Thanks a lot. Hello friends, welcome again. I'm sure you would be enjoying this Python playlist. If you have not subscribed to my channel, do subscribe now. In this session, I am going to talk about list and tuples and a lot of use cases regarding that, right? So I would take a lot of examples in this so that you get an idea on how we work on this rather than just dummy examples. I'll talk about more real-time examples, right? So let's get started. So, just to let you know, I have two notepads open. One is where I'll be writing the notes. Second one is where I have some reference data that I do not want to type, right? I will copy paste from here. And I have my PyCharm open. So let's quickly get started. Okay. So the very first thing that I would like to talk about is how do we create a new list after performing some transformations? Let's say we want to create a new list after performing performing some transformations. That means there would be a list already. You would wish to do some transformations on top of that list and create a new list. For example, let me just pick this. This is, let's say, my list that I have. And the name of it is, I'll go here. Let's say this list is orders or order amounts. Order amounts. Right? So these are the order amounts for whatever orders it is, let's say. So you understand this is a list and it contains 8 elements. Okay, that's good. Now, what you want to do is you understand that there is a 18% GST on these order amounts, and you want to, GST is, by the way, goods and service tax in India, right? So 18% GST is there on all orders. So you want to create a new list by adding the GST amount. So it should be inclusive of GST. This is excluding GST, let's say. You want to create a new list including GST amount. How will you create that new list? So let's say I can say my list name is orders uh, including GST, including GST, right? And I'm creating this new list, let's say, which is empty right now. Nothing is there. I will work on this list and keep appending items to this. That's what I will do now. So I can apply a for loop for X in order amounts because I want to iterate over this. And for each item, let's say for each X, what I want to do? I want to basically append something to this. And what I want to append? I want to append an item which is X plus, right? I have to increase it by 18%. So I will say X plus X into 0.18, right? It can be this, or we can say X plus X into 18 divided by 100. Can be this also. But if I say 0.18, it's quite easy to understand. I hope this makes sense. So if, let's say, initially the value of X will be 100, so this will be 100 plus 100 into 0.18, that is 100 plus 18, which is 118. Next time the value of X will be 200, right? So 200 plus 200 into 0.18, that is 236, like that. And it will keep appending to this empty list. And later I can print it. How do I print? Print orders including GST. And I can just show you the results. And you can see 118, 236, 59, 590, and so on. That's our answer. So what we did, we applied a transformation over the list and created a new list, right? I hope this makes sense. I will just put all of this to my notepad. Now comes the very, very interesting part. Is there a better way of doing it? Is there a better way of doing it without writing so much of code? See, Python is a language where we write minimal code and get things done. But still, this looks to be a very traditional approach which works in other languages also. Does Python have something special? Let me show you that. There is something called as list comprehension. List comprehension. What is list comprehension? It is nothing but like a syntactic sugar. You write less code and get the same things done. Right? That's the beauty of it. You write less code and get the same things done. If I have to do this in a better way, what I can do is I will remove this line altogether. Right? I will remove this line. So I'm reducing my code. Right? So what I will do is I'll just copy this. I'll just copy this, or what I will do, I'll do a control Z here. I will write the code here for list comprehension, and later I will remove the previous code. I'm just doing it that, okay, anyways, this input we are taking. After this, I do not want this I'm not putting. I will just say for X in order amounts, right? For X in order amounts, what I want to do for each X, what I want to return? I want to return this, right? I want to return this. So I will place it before this. I will place it before this. And what I need to do is I need to just wrap it inside this square brackets, right? And I give the name of the new list that I want to create. Don't worry, you will understand it. I'll make sure you understand this. Do not worry. If you are not able to understand it till now, you need not worry. Right? So what you can see is I have not put this line, I have not defined an empty list. And even this for loop, I am doing it in a single line for X in order amounts, right? And whatever is the return value, I think I did a control Z here, right? Append was this. It was here like this, right? So instead of saying this list dot append this, automatically I'm saying for each iteration, you give me this value and this will automatically be appended to this list, right? And now I can print this. I can just say print this. I will remove this previous part and this is equivalent to what we have done earlier. This is equivalent to what we have done earlier. And you can see we are getting the same results in lesser code, more concise code, more readable way, right? That's the beauty of it. So this is list comprehension. I'll just take this code and put it here. Just have a look. What have we done? This line is as it is. We need not define the empty list where we append. And that for X in order amounts, I just placed it for X in order amounts. And whatever we were appending, we just placed it before this for statement and wrap it inside this brackets, right? Square brackets. And I gave the name of what list we have to add. So automatically it's appended to this list. You need not define empty list and then say append, right? And in same line or one single statement, you are able to achieve whatever you are doing in 3 statements here, right? Earlier you were taking 3 statements to do. Now you are able to wrap it inside a single statement and you are printing it. This is called list comprehension. I mean, if you ask me in terms of performance, there might not be any difference. But in terms of your code or short code, and it's a more concise code, more readable, looks more elegant, and so on. I hope you can understand this. Very, very important concept in Python world. You should understand list comprehension very, very well. That's why I have multiple examples to cater to this. Right? Now, let me take a more generic example. Right? Let me take a more generic example. Let's say instead of this order amounts like this, we are having a tuple. I'll just show that. I'll tell what exactly I'm saying. So what I will do instead of this, I'm having a tuple, right? That means the item price was 100 rupees without GST and GST should be 5%, 200 rupees and 18% GST. So that means on different kind of order, there can be different GST amount, right? Because on food, GST is 5%, on some electronics, it is 28%, on some other items, it is 18%, some other items, it is even 12%, right? So now, let's say in the previous example, we assumed GST was 18% throughout. But now we are saying, okay, this item has 5% GST, this has 18%, 12%, 18%, and so on. Now we need to find the total amount including GST. How do we go about it? How do we go about it? Right? So whenever you are new to this, list comprehension, what I recommend you, first you do it using for loop and then you convert it to a list comprehension. And once you get an expert, you can do it directly then, right? So let me first do it using a for loop. I have done a control Z. Okay, let me remove this. Let me write it now. Orders including GST, right, equal to empty. So I am defining a empty list right now because I am doing it using a for loop as of now. For x in order amounts, right? For each x in order amounts, what I want to do, I want to append to this list. I want to append to this list. And what I want to append? I want to append x of 0. That means initially x is this particular thing, right? This is the first element in the list, 0th element, I would say. And inside this, if you want to get this price or amount, you have to say x of 0, right? Then you say plus x of 0, right, into, I will multiply by this x of 1, right? So this is 100 into 5 divided by 100. Divided by, it would be 100. That's how you would calculate it, right? Very, very straightforward. And now I can say print orders including GST. Just have a look. So initially the value would be this. So we are saying 100 plus 100 into 5 divided by 100. That is 100 plus 5, 105. Same way next time it will be 200 plus 200 into 18 divided by 100. Right? I hope this makes sense. So we will get what? 236. Like that. Let me run this. You see this 105, 236, 56, and so on. So now this was a more generic example where we have not fixed the GST percentage at the start, rather it's variable based on each order, right? Now can we convert this to list comprehension? You can pause the video for 1 minute and try doing it by yourself. Okay, so now let me show you the solution, how we can do it using list comprehension. As I mentioned, this would not be required, but I will just copy this. This line I have removed, right? So for x in order amounts, I will have this. So this new list equal to, I will place this in brackets, right? And before this, what's the return value for this? Returning is this one, right? So I just take this and do. I'll remove this one. So I will just say Control Shift, decreasing the font so that you can see it, right? Just have a look. For x in order amounts, what we want to do? What we want to do? We want to do this, right? This will be returned. And again, make sure you enclose it inside the square brackets. Let me see if it is working. And we are getting the same answer. So I hope this would have given you some clarity around what exactly is a list comprehension. I'll just take this code and put it in my notepad. Right? Okay, that's great. Now, what next we have to see? What if I want to return a complete tuple out of it? That means I want to get the answer instead of just saying 105, 236. I want to get the answer as, let's say, my answer I want to get tuples only. Like, for example, I would say I want a list of tuples now 100, 5, and 105. Right? Then we want 200, 18, 236. Like this, if I want, how should I approach? right? So it's very straightforward. So instead of just returning the value here, we enclose it inside a tuple, right? We enclose it inside a tuple, and the first value of tuple I will just say x of 0, right? Second value is x of 1, and third value is anyways this value, right? As straightforward. I mean, you do not have to do anything to this. If I run this, you can see 100 was the amount, 5 was the GST percent, and 105 is the amount including GST. 218 and 236, 50, 12, and 56. So you see that how easy it is to work on it if you have a good grip on list comprehension, right? If you have a good grip on list comprehension, this becomes super easy. I hope this makes sense to you. I mean, just to show everything to you on a single line, I can just show you that way, right? So we are good with this. I hope you have understood this well. Now, let me take one more example. See, why I am showing you multiple examples, because list comprehension can be confusing. I want to give you an in and out feel about it so that you become a master of it, you become a king of it, right? It's not that you become a normal person just like working on it, just like 1 lakh other folks. No, right? So let me give you one more example. Let's say, let's say you want to create a nested list like this. You want to create a nested list. You want to create a nested list like this. Can you do it using list comprehension? If you can, wonderful. If you cannot, you see the video and I'll show you how to do. So, as I said, initially I will show you using for loop and then I will convert it to a list comprehension. Again, what we want is this, right? Now it is actually, if you see, 1 square, 1 cube, right? 2 square, 2 cube, 3 square, 3 cube, right? Cube, square means power 2, cube means power 3. Okay. So I will define nested list which I want to generate, and it's an empty list initially. I will keep appending to this. Now I will say for I in, since I have to generate numbers from 1, 2, and 3. So I can define a range from 1 to 4. From 1 to 4, right? So 1 is included, 4 is not. That's why, since I want number still 3, right? I can define from 1 to 4 because 4 is not included, it's excluded. Now I will say nested, uh, let's say I will say nested list dot append. Here I have to append, right? Nested list dot append. Now what I want to do, I can, what I have to append. I have to, so you see nested list is a list. Inside this I am mentioning this. That means I am creating a list again, one more list inside this. So I want to say I, comma, I into, or power 2. To mention power, you just do it this way, two multiplication symbols, and then I power 3, right? And so initially the value is 1, so we get 1, 1 square, 1 cube, then we have 2, 2, 2 square, 2 cube, like that. And then if I print this, print nested list, let me see, and you can see this particular list that we want. So it's a nested list, outer list, inner list, right? Now, can you do it using list comprehension? Pause the video, try doing it. I hope you have tried. Okay, let me show you how to approach. So again, as I said, what I will do is I will just take this, right, for I in range. What do we want to get from this? What do we want to get from this? So for I in range, sorry, this one total, right? For I in range, this should return this particular thing, correct? So I will place it before this, and anyways I have to enclose this inside this square brackets, isn't it? Very straightforward, very straightforward. And what's the name of the new list that I want to create? Nested list, equal to this, right? I will remove all of this and I will just say print nested list. I'll take so many examples so that it should seem that it's super easy, it's fun, right? Just have a look. We have got the same results just with one line of code. That's the beauty of Python, right? If you think why Python is the most famous language, you see how concise the code can be, how neat the code can be, right? How elegant it can look, right? Okay, so this is fine. Now what I want to do is I want to flatten this list. Now you will say, Sumit sir, first you have created a nested list. Now you want to flatten it. What you want to do, right? I want to make the learning fun, right? So let us flatten this list now. Let us flatten this list. If I have to flatten the list, I can, so flatten list in the sense what I want, I'll just show. I wish to get this. I wish to get this kind of list. Given this list, I want to get this. How do I do? So I define flattened list equal to, right? Flattened list equal to, I would initially make it an empty list because I will as normally go with a for loop approach for now, right? It's an empty list. Now for sublist, see, we have a main list and we have a sublist. So for sublist in nested lists, right? What I want to do, so basically it's a two for loops, right? Because when I go with one, the outer for loop, it will help us to reach to one level inside, which is these lists. And then we can go one level again. So again, the second for loop for item in item in sublist, right? So that's how we can reach into the inner list. I hope this is clear. So let's say when we iterate over this, initially the sublist will be this, right? And then for item in sublist, so item would be this. So initially the item will be this, and then the sublist will be this, then the item will be this, and this, like that. It will keep going. I hope this is clear. Okay. Now for item in sublist, I will say flattened list dot append append what? We have to append the item, and now we will say print flattened list. Print flattened list. Let me just run this and you can see we have got the results. So if you can see, it's super straightforward, super straightforward. Only thing is what the complex part was two for loops because it's a nested list. So we have to use two for loops. Can I do the same using the list comprehension? Can I do the same using list comprehension? Again, as usual, let me first write the code. So for this, I will take this, right? What after this, we have another for loop. So what I will do is I will take for item in sublist, right? For item in sublist, I'll add it here. You can just check this. So for sublist in nested list, right? And then I took this, then I took this. And what it is returning? It is returning item. So I will just place item before this and I will wrap it inside this particular brackets. And what's the name of this list? Flattened list. Flattened list equal to this. I will remove all of this, not required, and I will take this print statement down. And we get the same results. I hope now you would have got a fair enough idea about list comprehension and how to approach doing it. Because when you're working in a company, you might see a lot of code written in this style. Then you might wonder what is this code. But if you know list comprehension, you can easily analyze that code, right? Okay, so we are good with this, and I am assuming that by this time you know list comprehension well. Okay, so now let's say I have this orders list. I have this orders list equal to this, right? Orders list equal to this particular list is there. So this is again a list of lists, nested thing. And we have the order details, order ID, order date, customer ID, customer state, order status. Now what I wish to do, I wish to filter orders by status. Let's say I want to filter only closed orders. How will I approach doing this? How will I approach doing this? I would highly encourage you to do it using list comprehension. Try it by doing yourself by pausing the video. Okay, so let me show you the solution. So let me directly try doing it without writing the for loop. How to approach? So if I would have written a for loop, how it would have been order, for order in orders list. For each order in orders list, right? That's how I would have gone to this particular thing. I would have definitely done that, right? Now I have written this, right? Now if order of 0, 1, 2, and 3, order of 3 equal to closed, closed, right? Then what I want to return? I want to return the order, the entire line I want to return, right? So I will just place order before this. So I would have generally, if you would have sensed that how I would have written it is with a for loop is, I mean, just in case if you are getting confused, I would have done it this way. I would have written a for loop and then I would have written if order 3 equal to closed, then what I would have done, I would have returned order, right? That means I would have appended something dot append order, but I am not doing it this way. I'm just returning order like this, and I will place it inside these kind of brackets. I hope this makes sense. And what I would give a name as a new list I'm creating, let's say closed orders equal to, right? And then later I can say print closed orders, print closed orders, right? I will run this and show you that it's giving me the results using list comprehension. So many examples I have shown you about list comprehension. I think it should be, you should be good with it now. I feel so. Okay, so this is fine. Now another concept, let's say I have my orders, right? I want to talk about the concept of unpacking. Unpacking now. A very small concept. Again, it helps you to reduce your code and very straightforward. So let's say I have my orders variable with this. Now what if I want to get my order ID, let's say order order ID, and I would say orders of 0, right? That's how generally we do. Order date equal to orders of, let's say, 1, and I have customer ID equal to orders of 3, right? And order order status equal to orders of, sorry, this is 2 and this becomes 3. That's how you would get these values, isn't it? So you would have to write this indexing, you have to use the indexes and multiple lines in order to do that. Is there a neat way, is there an easier way to do that without writing so much of code, without using the indexes? Is there a way? Yes, there is a way called as unpacking, using which you can do it in a single statement which looks very, very concise. You do not have to use the indexes also. And let me show you that. What you can do is simply say order ID, comma, order date, comma, customer ID, comma, order status, order status equal to orders. This is how easy it is to do this. Same thing. It's equivalent to this, all happening parallelly in one statement, right? I remove all of this, not required, because we get the same thing. If I say print order status, order status, let me show you. We are getting the order status, right? So this concept, this is again a syntactic sugar. This concept is called as unpacking. Same way you can unpack your tuples also, right? Just like you have unpacked your list. I hope this makes sense. Very small concept, but really, really good to know, right? Okay. So now let's say if someone asks you, can you generate a list of 100 numbers? I mean, a lot of times you might have to do that okay, you want to work on first 100 numbers. Then of course you can create a list of range 1 to 101, right? Just a small thing that I wanted to bring, numbers equal to list, and list is range from 1 to 101. 101 is not included, so it's from 1 to 100. And if I say print numbers, we will be able to see that, right? I hope this is clear about the range. Okay, sometimes it's useful to generate some test data and all of that in order to work on things. Now I want to talk about slicing and all the features you have seen in strings. It works on lists also. So let me pick this customer's data. Let me pick this customer data. So I will say customer equal to this, right? I have put the customer data. Can just check this out. Uh, this is my customer data. Now, what I want to do is I want to, let's say, print. I want to print. Uh, you tell me what it will print. If I say 0, 2. What is this concept? This slicing. You know that when we covered strings. So what this will print? Just think of it. Think of it. It prints the first value and second value. That means it's zeroth index, first index, second index. But second is not included, right? So zeroth and first index it will print. So if I have to get the customer ID and name, then it's good, whatever we have written. Now let's say this was some username and password which is encrypted. I do not want that. I want to remove it. So what I can say, I can say plus customer of, so 0, 1, 2, 3, from 4 again I can start, right? 4 till the end, whatever, everything. So I want to, my use case was I want to remove these two columns, which are dummy columns for me as of now. So let me show you that. So one, the name, and then the address, and so on. So we are able to concatenate two lists using plus this way, right? You can see this. I hope this makes sense. Sometimes you would have these kind of scenarios. Now, what if, what if, so customer I have mentioned here, what if I want to append two lists? Two lists are given to you and you want to append those. Let's say I have a orders list and customer list. I have customer, and before this, let's say I have order equal to this. I want to create one consolidated list by, I mean, having these two together. I want to append these two. So what we can do is we can say order dot append customer. Order dot append customer. Right? As simple as that. Append is one of the function that we have, method that we have, and we can say print order. That means in orders list, it will append this, right? So order dot append customer. That means in the order list, please append the customer part. So you cannot do the same in tuple because tuple is immutable, but your list is mutable. That's why append is working. Now, if I run this, you will see that you are getting this whatever was there in orders, but this customer list is taken as it is and placed as a list only here. That means we get a nested list, right? You might be expecting that it will be a flattened one, like I will get value like one, Richard, but it's coming as a list together, right? That means this will be 0, 1, 2, 3, and 4. So if I say order of 4, what it will print? It will print this entire thing. It will print this entire thing. Let me just show you that, right? And if I say order of 3, what will it print? It print the status. So how to work with it so that, or let's say, what if in this only I want to get the name? Then I can say 0, 1, 2, 3, and this entire thing is 4. And in this 4, it is 0, 1, 4, 1, 4, 1. I'll get the name printed. I hope this makes sense. Now, what if I do not want it like a nested structure? I want a flattened list out of it. Then what to do? So there is something called as extend, extend, right? Order.extend customer. And in this case, it will give us a flattened list. I will just run this and show it to you. So you can see this. It's all flattened at the same level. It's not a list within a list. And if I have to, let's say, print this name here, so 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I can say order of 5 and that should give me the name. I hope you understood about append and extend. When we say append, it kind of take the structure as it is and embed it there. But when we talk about extend, it internally flattens it out and gives it to you. Right? I hope this makes sense to you. Okay. Now I will remove this customer thing for now and I will keep this order. Now I want to show you another thing called as enumerate. What if you wish to print each element along with the index? How can you do that? So for that, what you can do is for index comma element in, and I can say enumerate in enumerate, and I can say order. So when we use enumerate, it gives us the index and element both. You can, I mean, these are things that you can say I, E, this will also work, right? But first, at first position, we will get the index, second position, we will get the element itself, right? And then we can print it. Let's say I can say print, and I can use string formatters. So I can say index, uh, index is, let's say, index, right? Comma, element is, element is, let's say, element. Let me just try running. At index 0, we have element 1. At index 1, we have element this. At index 2, we have element this. Index 3, we have element this. I mean, I'm just talking about so that you know that there is a way to even retrieve the element and the index on which it is there. So you can do it using enumerate, right? An important thing that you should know. Sometimes it can come really handy for you. Okay. Now, what I want to do is I wish to count the occurrences or count the number of occurrences of each word, just like a word count I want to do. How to do this? So let's say I will define my input list initially. We'll make a solution and then we will keep improvising on that actually. So let's say I will say hello, hello, right? And then I am, again, am I will repeat two times. Sumit, Sumit, like this. Some words are there. I want to count the frequency of each word in this list. That's what I want to do. So how to go about it? Let's say what I will do is, if I have to do using a for loop, how we will do it? I will say result list equal to this, and then I will say uh, I will use a for loop. I can say for word in input list, for word in input list, what I want to do, what I want to do, just think of it, what we can do here. Or directly, let's do it with our list comprehension, because I think we have seen enough examples. So by this time, you should be confident to do directly with list comprehension. So what we will do is, let us first see what different words are there, how to get what unique words are there, like how to get unique words. So if we convert it to a set, right? Set, if I say input list, I will be able to get the list of unique words, yes or no, right? We should be able to get. So I can say input set equal to this. And if I print input set, I will be able to get the list of unique words. You can see this. This is correct. Now this will help us in getting our answer now. How we approach is, what we can do is, for, right, word in this input set, in this set, right, we are iterating over this set. Let's say this set has 5 words. Now we are iterating over it for word in sets. For this, what we want to do? What we want to do is, we want to count the occurrences of each word. Inside what? Inside this list. So I can say list dot count, list dot count word. That means give me the count of this particular word in this list. And I will wrap it inside these brackets. Right? So again, I think if any of you is getting confused, let me show how we would do it using a for loop. Quickly, I will show you. So I will define my result list. Have I defined? No. So result list equal to empty, right? And then I will say for word in input set is unique words, right? For word in input set, what I will do is I will say result list dot append, result list dot append. What I wish to append in this, I wish to append the input input list dot count of word. That means in this word is coming how many times in this input list, and I am appending this to result list. And then I'll just remove this for now, and then I will say print result list, right? Let me just see. Hello is coming. Initially this was set that we are printing, but you can see hello. 1 minute. What I would do is I can say uh, I want to return a tuple of word comma count. That would make more sense. That would make more sense. I will put it to a tuple. 1 minute. Right? So result list dot append word comma input list dot count word, and I am printing result list. And you can see here hello coming one time, Sumit coming two times, hello one time, I one time, am two times, right? So now you can see that in this solution, solution is perfect, but again hello coming in uppercase, lowercase are treated differently. We could have done some normalization of cases, right? We could have converted everything to a lowercase, for example. So if we have to convert this to lowercase, then we can again use list comprehension very well, right? And we can do that. How we can do? We can say input list lower equal to, right? The input is this, right? So for x in this, what we, or for each word in this, let's say we want to get what output should be word dot lower, right? That's what we want, and we wrap it inside these kind of cases, brackets, I mean. So now we can use input list lower at all places, right? And here also, instead of input list, we use input list lower. Now this will at least standardize the case. Sumit two times, m two times, I one time, hello two times, right? So you can see here also we were able to use list comprehension. That means for each item, take one word and convert it to a lowercase. So we do not have that, okay, we take that one list and convert it to a lowercase altogether. That does not work. You have to iterate over this list, right? I hope this would make sense. So anyways, this print statement I will remove. So you can just have a look at this code, whatever I have, right? Now, instead of we hard coding this, can we take it as input from the user? Can we take it as input from the user? We can say input list equal to, uh, let's say we say uh, input equal to enter the text, enter the text, right? And input list equal to whatever text person will enter, it will be space separated, right? So we can say input dot split based on space, based on space. That means after splitting it based on space, we will get an array, right? And then we can work on this input list just like we were dealing with it. Let me just show you that. Sorry, 1 minute. Right, we forgot to mention this input, right? uh, so enter the text again, I mean, okay, let me write Sumit Mittal, Sumit, I teach big data, big data, right? And you can see Mittal 1, Big 2, Data 2, Teach 1, Sumit 2, and so on. So we are able to get the results even after taking the input. So we normalize the case to lower case and then we create it. So our strategy was take the input, convert it to a list, capitalize or normalize the case. That means either lower case or upper case, get a set out of it of unique words by just converting this list to a set, so that if there are, let's say we have typed in 150 words but only 50 are unique or different, then it will have those 50 words. And then there is a way that you can get the count of each word for that set. We iterate over the set and get the count of each word using the count function or method, right? That's how we are able to do this. So I hope you kind of understood this particular example, quite important, and we have done it quite well. Okay, so let's see one more example. So let's say we have this particular data, right? We have this particular data, uh, data equal to this, right? This is the data that we have. This is orders related data, but first line is header and then remaining lines are actual data. Now what I want to do is I want to work on this data, and let's say I want to the count the frequency of or count the occurrences of each order status, that how many closed orders are there, how many pending payments are there, how many processing are there, and so on. That's what I want to do. count Count the number of order statuses, right? Each order statuses. That's what I want. That like closed three times, or for example, let's say in this closed is one two times, complete might be three four times, and so on. So how do I work on this particular thing, right? So let me start processing it. What I can do is what I can do. So right now I have taken it as a string. That's why I've wrapped it inside three double quotes so that we can have it on multiple lines. As simple as that, right? Now what I will do is I want to first of all take it and remove the first line, right? Remove the first line, and right now this is string. I want to make it like a list or an array, right? And what should be the separator for that? Instead of comma, it should be new line character, because everything coming on a new line is a part of list. So the first element of the list should be this first line, second element of the list should be second line, third element of the list should be the third line, and so on. That's how I want to do it. So let me show you what I can do. I can say data dot split based on what? Split based on backslash and new line character, right? And that should give me what? Lines equal to this. And if I print lines, let's see what it will give me. So you can see this particular thing is one string, the first element of the list, and this is second. So how I can prove that is, if I say lines of 1, it will give me this particular thing. Lines of 1 will give me this particular, the second element. So you can see this. If I want to get the, let's say, this line, 10th line, that means it is the 10th index, right? Okay. So this is fine. What if I want to remove the header from this? Header will be lines of 0, right? So I can just say 1 colon. That's how you use slicing. That means all the elements after the first, from the first element, we need to consider, ignore the zeroth one. Now if I print this, you will see header is not there. We have removed the header, because of course you have to separate out the header, right? You have to separate out the header. Okay, so we got this. Now what we want to do, each element of this, like for example, if I say print of this one, right now this is coming as one string, one big string, right? I want to create a tuple of elements for this. Like this should be zeroth element of a tuple, this should be first element, like that. How to go about it? What I can do is, I can say, now I will iterate over this particular lines list, and I can use list comprehension for line in lines. That means for each line in lines, what I want to get, what I want to return. I want to return a tuple, so I am enclosing it inside this, right? Right? So I can say tuple line dot split based on what? Comma. Based on comma, right? Based on comma, and I have to wrap it inside this square brackets. You know that. And I will, let's say line tuple equal to any name you can give. Any name you can give, and I am commenting this print so that it does not create confusion. I can say print lines tuple, and if I print this, you can see we have a list of tuples, right? A list of tuples. This is the at the zeroth element of the list, and in this tuple, the zeroth element is this, first element is this, and so on, right? So now, what I want to do is I want to get a list of only this order status because I want to get a count of that. So what I can do is for for line in line in lines tuple, right? For each line in lines tuple, what I want to do, what I want to get line of 3 because it's at the 0, 1, 2 and third position, right? Line of 3, and I wrap it inside this square brackets, right? And I will say status list equal to this. So all the 10 order statuses I will get in this particular list. Let me print that. I'll comment this anyways, and I'll print this status list. Print status list, right? And you see close, pending payment, complete. That means for all the 10 orders we have got the order status. Now I give you as assignment, what you need to do is, you know how to do a count of it, that how many closed orders, how many pending payment, how many complete, like that, right? I have talked about similar example. Now I leave this example here so that you can take it as the first assignment, that you count the number of closed orders, number of pending payment, and so on, right? So this becomes your assignment 1. Assignment 1 is, you find, so given this list, right? Given this particular list, given this list, you find the count of each order status, right? That you have to do. Now second assignment that I would give to you is assignment 2. I have this transactions data. This transactions data, I'll put it in the uh, description also. I have this transactions data. What I want you to do is count the number of transactions in each status category, right? That how many success is there, how many pending is there. That means the answer that you would expect from this is success 4, pending 3 and failed 3. That's what I expect from this. But instead of a list of tuples, it is a list of a list. This is a list and this is a list of lists, but you can deal with it exactly the same way. Now, the assignment number 3 that I want to give you is assignment 3, right? I have this particular employee's data, again a list of list, right? In this, what I want you to do is find the average salary for each department. Find the average salary for each department, right? That means the answer that I'm expecting is, let me see if I have the answer here. No. So answer that I'm expecting is finance uh, average salary. Use string formatters for this, right? 72500, right? Finance, this 70,000 and 75,000, right? So the average is 72500. Same way HR, right? Same way IT. You understood that I've just mentioned one line, but there will be multiple lines under this. So these 3 assignments you need to do. I hope you truly enjoyed the session. I gave my best in order to talk a lot about list comprehensions and list related functions, methods, and I even talked about tuples. If you have not yet subscribed to my channel, then I think it's the right time you should subscribe now. That will be a good motivation for me in order to bring more good content for you, right? So do subscribe, like the video, do mention in comment that how did you feel about this particular session, and I would be coming up with next session very soon. Thanks a lot. Hello friends, welcome again. In this session, I will talk about Python dictionary, which is a very important data structure in Python. Now, before I talk about Python dictionary, I want to tell that this is the 5th session in the playlist. And if you have not seen the sessions till now, please do see that. And I am just showing that I have a playlist with the name Complete Python by Sumit Mittal sir. And you can see here the first session was Python complete course, variables and data types. Second was regarding the language fundamentals, in which I have talked about for loop, while loop, if statement, and a lot of other stuff. Third session was around list and tuples. And the fourth is more real-time use cases with list and tuples, right? So till now, 4 sessions have been done, and each session has come out really long. So that means around 4 hours of content has been already released. This will be the 5th session in this, where we are trying to cover one other important data structure, which is dictionary in Python, right? If you have not yet subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe now, because I'm putting in a lot of efforts in order to create this playlist for you, and I do guarantee that this is even better than the paid courses which are around, right? So you would truly enjoy this. So with this, without wasting much time, I will quickly go back to my notepad, and what we are going to talk about, Python dictionary. That's what is the topic for today. Okay. So till now, what data structures we have talked about? We have talked about list. We have talked about tuple or tuple, whatever you say. And you remember when I talked about list, is it mutable or immutable? It is mutable. That means you can make changes. But when you talk about a tuple, it is immutable. And a list is enclosed inside this square brackets, and a tuple is enclosed inside parentheses, right? That's what the things are, and we have covered it in detail, so I won't go again. Now, the data structures which are left for us to be covered is dictionary and set. So set would be a topic for next lectures, but a dictionary is enclosed inside these kind of flower brackets flower brackets, and it contain key value pairs, right? So you would have something like key which is 1 and the value is 1, let's say, right? The key would be 2 and the value is 2. So the key is this, and the value is this, right? So that's how you create a dictionary. And is dictionary mutable or immutable? A very important question, right? So dictionaries are mutable. Dictionaries are mutable. That means you can add more elements to this. You can remove some entry, right? So I'll talk more about it, but for now, you understand that dictionaries are mutable. You can change this value, right? You can change the value. You can add more entries. You can remove the entries, right? And so on. So set would be a topic for next lecture. So dictionary is mutable and we can change the value for a particular key. We can add more entries in the sense more key value pairs, and we can remove some of the entries. That means we can mutate the dictionary data structure, right? But one thing you have to remember, the key, right? The key should be of immutable data type. Remember, the key should be immutable. That means we should use immutable data types when we are creating a key. I'll talk about it practically, so do not worry for now. Okay, so it's a collection of key value pairs, right? So let's quickly go to our PyCharm and we can start writing the code. So let me create our first dictionary. Let's say I will say word dictionary. Just like you read English dictionary, right? Where you want to see a word and check the meaning of it. Let's say we have a word dictionary like that. And let's say there is a keyword or the key is intelligent, right? Now this is of string type because I have enclosed it in double parenthesis, right? Now the value, I mean, if someone is looking for the meaning of intelligent, we want to show them the meaning is the one who is really brilliant. I mean, can be a better, we could have given a better definition to this, but for now understand this way, right? Now let I have given a comma and I will add one more. Let's say rich. So someone want to check the meaning of the word rich. The meaning would be a person who has a lot of money, right? Again, do not get offended with the definitions I'm giving. I'm just giving whatever is coming in my mind. Car, right? Car can be uh, a four-wheeler vehicle, right? So in this particular dictionary, we have three entries, right? Each entry has a key and each entry has a value. I hope this is clear. Now I can say print word dictionary and I say control R and I am able to print. You can see it's enclosed inside this uh, curly brackets or flower brackets, whatever you say. I hope this is clear. Let me print the type of it. I will say type of dictionary, I mean this particular data type, and it says it's a dictionary. It's a dictionary. Okay, that's good. Now, let's say what I want to do next is I want to, I want to, so one thing, can you tell, is this sequential data type or sequence data type? I mean, is it ordered? That means if I say, okay, I want, just like in list, we say list of zero, I get the first element, list of two, we get the second. But is there any logic here to make it sequential like that? No. So this is unordered. Unordered. It's not sequential. So if I end up saying, let's say, print word dictionary of zero. I mean, if I print this, I mean, what is zero? Nothing, right? So it's not sequence just like our list and tuples. Rather, if we have to like find the values like this, we have to tell for this key I want to find the value. So let's say if I want to find the meaning of the word intelligent, then in this word dictionary I am giving the key and we will get the value. Now it says the one who is really brilliant, right? The one who is really brilliant. If I say the meaning of the word, let's say car, what is a car? A four-wheeler vehicle, right? Now, if I say something like bike, bike is not there. So if I run this, it will give me an error. You can see key error because the key does not exist. The key does not exist. We will see how we can avoid it, right? But for now, you understand that this is how you have to access the dictionary. You say that this is the key, I want to get the value, and you will get the value. And if the key does not exist, you get an error. I hope this is clear and should make sense. Now, can we have values of different data types? Because now all the keys are string right now, and all the values are string. Can we have one more entry, let's say, and say bike, and I say here, or let's say I give something like 3. Someone searching for the meaning of 3 and they get this 3 integer. Is it valid? Perfectly valid because value can be of any data type. It can be string, integer, float, boolean, list, tuple, dictionary, whatever you want. Value can be any data type. It can be either a primitive data type which hold one value, or it can be a complex data type which hold multiple values like a list, tuple, dictionary, set, whatever. I hope this makes sense. Now if I say 3 here, it should work. It should work. Right? I hope this is clear that at the same time you can have values of different data types. What about keys? Can we have keys of different data type? Just think of it. Some of you might be thinking no. But we can have keys also of different data types. For example, if someone search for 3 and I want to show them this. The other way around, right? Will it work? It should. It should work. So you can see we have integer in string, 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 and this is integer, right? I hope this makes sense. By the way, this when you say word dictionary of 3, it does not mean 0, 1, 2, 3. No, it means the key. It's the key, right? I hope we are clear. Now, if I say 3 here, what it will give me? It will give me an error, key error, saying the key does not exist, right? Now, what if, because if I would write any line here, let's say print hello, right? Now you can see the moment I get that error, after that, none of the lines would be executed after that. So hello is not getting printed. So how to avoid such errors gracefully? Because sometimes it might happen that key does not exist, but it should not like come like a error like that. Rather, we should tackle it gracefully. So that is where we can say dot get. Dot get. If we say 3, it will return none. If it does not exist, it will return none. It won't give us an error that way, right? So it's a better way of doing. For example, if we say 3 here, it gives us 3. So if we want to avoid such errors, because errors can be tricky, right? So you can use dot get instead of just using the index notation. I hope this makes sense. Okay. Now, now this is fine. Let me try adding something and you tell me whether this is valid or not. 1, 2, 3, and I'm saying this is a tuple. Is this okay or no? Just think of it. Print word dictionary dot get and I will say 1, 2, 3. Will this work? Yes, it will. It will. It will work because what I said, the keys can have any data type which are immutable. And string is immutable, integer is immutable, all the primitive types are immutable. Now, talking about the data structures that we have, tuple is immutable, and that's why it is accepted here right now. Now, what if I would have converted this to a list and I say this is a list, one, two, three. Now, will this work? Will this work? No. Unhashable type list. That means it cannot accept this data type as a key, right? Because this is list which is mutable keys are not allowed. Keys cannot be mutated, values can be mutated, right? A set by itself, a dictionary by itself, we can add more elements, we can remove the elements, we can change the values, but keys should be immutable. The keys should be immutable, and the moment I use a mutable data type for keys, it will throw an error, which I have shown right now. I hope this would make sense, right? So let me just remove this. Okay. Now, what if I want to add few more entries to this dictionary? I can say word dictionary and I can add, let's say, uh, bike. Bike equal to, I will say, two wheel. Two wheel. Just I am just writing this way. And if I print word dictionary, let's see. So it will give us bike as two wheel. It is added as another entry. So this clearly demonstrates that your dictionaries can be mutated or we can add more elements like that. Now, what if we want to change the existing value? Can you change? Yes, you can. For example, I want to change the meaning of car. I can say word dictionary car, and I will say this is, instead of a four wheeler vehicle, I can say four wheel. Four wheel. Will this work? Yes, this will. And you can see car is now a four wheel vehicle. Right? I hope this makes sense. So I have shown you how to add an entry, new entry, how to update the value of existing entry, and so on. Just have a look at it. You should find it easy, I believe. Now, uh, I'll just take this, put it in my notepad, put it in my notepad, and I'll remove this from here. Okay. Now let's say I have some orders data, and this is a list. And inside this list, we have tuples where 101 is, let's say, the order ID, the order amount is 10,000 rupees or dollars, whatever you think. Order ID 102, 20,000, amount 20,000. Order ID 103, amount, let's say, 15,000. So we have a list of tuples. If I hover over it, it will show that a list of tuples, and each tuple is of two entries. That means a, a tuple with two entries, right? Only two entries. So such a combination where we have a tuple of two, right? It can ideally be thought that the first one is key and second one is value. That's where such tuples are important, where it's a tuple of two. Now we could convert this to a dictionary also. I'll show that shortly. But let's say for now, if I say orders data of, let's say, one, what will it print? If I print this, if I print this, what will it print? Now you remember your list is a sequence data type, right? So it will be 0, it will be 1. So it will print 102 and 20,000. right? As expected. Now, what if what if I want to tell that my requirement is I just want to tell the order ID, please give me the amount. In this kind of structure, can I get that? No. I mean, I first go and understand that okay, 102 is sitting at this place, and then we get here. So a dictionary data type could have been better, where my requirement is I want to give the order ID and I want the order amount, right? So we could have converted this to a dictionary, and how we can do is we can say dict, right? And I can pass in this list of tuples, right? I just wrapped it inside dict, right? And I will say orders dictionary equal to this. And now I will print this. Print orders dictionary. And you can see this 101, 10,000, 102, 20,000, 103, 15,000. And it's wrapped inside the curly braces. So this has become a dictionary now. If I hover on this, you can see it's a dictionary, right? It's a dictionary where both your key and value are integer types. I hope this is clear. Now if I want to get, okay, can you tell me for order 102, what's the total amount? It's as easy as that. So that's the beauty of dictionary, when you have to say, okay, I know the key, can you tell me the value? Then it's a perfect data structure, right? So you can see this. I hope this makes sense to you. Now, now what we can do is we have this orders dictionary, right? Now from this, if I want to get all the keys, how can I get all the keys? There is a function orders dictionary dot keys, and this will give us all the keys. I can say order keys equal to, and I can print this order keys. Print order keys. So I get it as 101, 102, 103. So I am able to get all the keys. Same way I can print all the values, right? Order values. That's the name I am giving. I could have given any name. And it will give all the values inside this dictionary. So this can be helpful when we want to iterate over all the keys or all the values or whatever. So we have seen two functions, keys and values. Same way there is one more function which is items. Items, right? Now I will say order items. So items is both keys and values ideally, right? That means all the entries it will print now. So you can see 101, 10,000, 102, 20,000, 103, 15,000. So keys is only keys, values is only values, and items means both keys and values. Now we will be using it so that you will understand, but for now I have shown that there is something called as dot items, dot keys, and dot values. Right? Now the data type for this is dict items. You could convert this to a list if you want, right? How to convert? You can wrap it inside a list. You can wrap it inside a list, and you can see now it's a list, right? If I hover on this, you can see this is a list now, right? Okay. So anyways, you would have understood this part now. Let me proceed. What if I want to get the length of a dictionary? Length of a dictionary. I can just say print length and orders dictionary. So it will tell how many entries are there. Right now, one entry, two entries, three entries. Three entries are there. So it says, okay, this dictionary contains three entries. Okay, that's good. Now, what if I want to clear the dictionary? I want to clear the dictionary. I can say orders dictionary dot clear. That means it will remove all the entries from this dictionary. So now, what we will do, we will try to print this, print orders dictionary, orders dictionary, and we should see that it's empty right now because we have cleared it. So we have seen quite a lot of stuff, but now let us go to the actual use cases where you can relate to dictionary very, very well, right? So what I will do is I have some reference data sets, and initially what I will use is customers data. This is what I will use. I will use this customers data, and I want to initially take it as a string. That means I will give it as a string and want to generate a dictionary out of it. And my dictionary should look something like that. Since it's a dictionary, I'm wrapping it inside this. And what I should have is 111599, which should be the key. The customer ID should be the key, and my value should be a tuple. Tuple should have all the remaining values. Of course, that will be wrapped inside like string like this, right? So you can understand, but you got a feel of what I'm trying to say, right? And instead of comma it would be this, right? In a dictionary it's like this. Same way, the second customer, let's say customer ID 256, would be this way, and we will have all the details. We will have all the details like this in a tuple, and same way we will have other customer IDs. And why we intend to do, my requirement is that provided I give the customer ID, I should be able to fetch all the details of that customer. So given this kind of a string, how do I build this kind of a dictionary that we will try to see now? Right? And that's one real-time use case, because you might not get a dictionary which is already built in. You might have to create a dictionary using complex ways, right? So let's see how to build a dictionary like this. So let me just see. Uh, so what I will do is I'll remove this and I will say customers raw data equal to, and I'll provide this string here. I'll provide this string. You can see now this is a multi-line string, we know, and you know the first line is not the data, rather header. So let me separate it out first of all. So I will say customer header equal to customers raw data, right? Customers raw data dot split, and I will say, since each line is terminated by a new line character backslash n, so I'm splitting it based on new line character, so that I will get an array where the first element would be the first line, second element would be the second line, third element would be the third line, and so on. And in this, the zeroth line, zeroth index, that means the first line is my header. So now I can print the header also for you, just to show you that we have done it correctly. Customer header. And you can see I am able to print the header. Now let me separate out the data also. How do I separate out the data? I can say customer data equal to customers raw data dot split. Again, I will say backslash n, and I want to print all the rows starting from first index till the end. So this is how I will get the data. Now if I print this customers data, definitely it should print that. Print customers data. And you can see this is my zeroth index here, right? This is my first index, and so on. I hope this is fine. So basically each customer entry is coming like a big string, which we need to again split based on comma later. Right? We are clear with this, I believe. So basically, if you ask me, if I write it down there, or I have the notepad. So right now, customer's header is this. customer header equal to this right now, right? And customer data equal to, uh, if you ask, I mean, let me just show with two lines, you will understand for remaining. So it's an list where the first entry is like this, right? And then comma, second entry is again like this, so on. It's not on new line, by the way, it's same line. So you can see it like this, right? Okay. So now what I want to do is I want to create a customer dictionary which I want to build, right? I want to build the customer dictionary. So I will say customer dictionary equal to, and I'm defining an empty dictionary right now which does not have anything, which does not have anything, empty dictionary. Okay. Now what I want to do, I want to keep adding more elements to this customer dictionary. So I will have a for loop for x in customer data, customer data, right? What I want to do, I want to add to this as a customer dictionary. What should be the key? What should be the key here, right? So the key should be customer dictionary, and I would have this x. So what is x right now? You have to understand this. What is this x here? X would be this entire first row initially. So x would be this thing, right? So this is a string. You need to split it based on comma so that you get an array. So when you split this based on comma, you will get an array like this, array of these elements. On splitting it based on comma, you will get an array, and from there you can get the zeroth element from this array. When I say array, you understand like a list, right? So let me first split it. So x dot split based on comma, right? Based on comma, and you want to get the zeroth element, which should be the key. That means 11599. And what should be the value to this? The value, as I mentioned, should be a tuple, right? I initially mentioned like this. The value should be a tuple. So let me say tuple, and let me define the value. So it should be x of 0 was this. So from first element to the last. So x of 1 till the end. So x dot split, of course, based on comma. And from this, earlier we took the zeroth element as the key, and all the remaining elements, that means from 1 till the end, will be the value. Will be the value. Now, if I print your customer dictionary, let's see what we get. I get this as the key and the remaining thing as the value. Right? Same way, this as the key, remaining thing as the value, and so on. So we have got the kind of structure that we were looking at. Now, how this structure helps us? If I say I want to get all the details for customer, let's say 11599, right? I want to get all details for this customer. We can easily get like this. We are getting a tuple which contains all the related values for this particular customer. I hope this would make sense. Okay. Now, in lists, when we saw list, I talk about list comprehension very highly, and we have seen it in great detail. Same way, we can use dictionary comprehension, which is again a syntactic sugar. So what I will do, of course, we do not have to define an empty dictionary then. Let me comment all of these parts. And all what you have to do is you use your for loop here, right? Now what it will return? It will return a dictionary which you have to put before this for loop, right? So you will say here x dot split of 0, right? Colon, because we are creating a dictionary, x dot split of 1. So this tuple we have to create, because this will be your value, right? And this you will enclose inside. Earlier when you were doing a list comprehension, you were enclosing like this, but now since it's a dictionary comprehension, you would enclose inside these brackets, right? And you would store it inside customer dictionary, equal to, it's equivalent to list comprehension, right? If you have understood that well, same way you can understand this. And now I will say uh, print customer dictionary, and you can see we get the same thing. We get the same thing. So I hope this would be clear to you. I hope this would be clear. Okay, now this is created, that's nice. uh, Now what if I want to go one level down, and what I want to create is, instead of this kind of structure, I'll just take it. Right now whatever dictionary I have created is something like this, right? What if I want to again create a nested dictionary here, that instead of this, what I would have want is, let's say, uh, I would want a dictionary as a value, and I would say first name, let's say Mary, comma, last name, let's say John, and more fields like this. That means I want to, my intention is that I want to get one level more down, that for this customer I want the first name, for this customer I want the city. If my requirement is to have this kind of thing, that I first want to take the customer and tell about city, or I want to tell about state, then this kind of a nested structure would be helpful for me. That means I should be created a nested dictionary where the value itself is a dictionary, right? So this is the key, and the value is the dictionary here. Earlier it was a tuple, but now I am creating a dictionary as a value. How I get this kind of a structure? That's what something we will try to build now. So let me remove the list comprehension. Let me go with the normal for loop for now, right? And then we will try seeing how to build that kind of a structure. So what I will do now is, I will say nested dictionary equal to empty. Right now nothing is there, right? For key comma value in whatever customer dictionary we have created, right? Whatever customer dictionary we have created, let me first of all print it. Let me print this 1 minute. I will copy it, right? I'll copy it. So this is right now my current thing. From this, I want to build that nested thing, right? So you can see this. From this, I want to build the nested structure. So now I'll say nested directory for key value in customer dictionary dot items. Now we are iterating so that it goes line by, or item by item. So first item would be, if you see, would be this. Second, in second iteration, it would be this. In third iteration, it would be this. So let me pick out the first item from this, because in the first for loop iteration, it would be like this, right? Okay, for key comma value in customer dictionary dot items. So initially the first line is this, and this would be the key, and this would be the value, right? So when we say key, it would be 11599, and the value would be this tuple. Okay, I hope this is clear. Now I want to add to this nested dictionary, right? And key would be the same for the new structure also, the key would be the same, right? Only change we are making in the value part, where this Mary, it should be first name colon Mary. That means we are creating a dictionary. So I will say equal to, and now I have to create a dictionary here. Dictionary, that means I will enclose inside this kind of brackets. Now here I should be saying what I should be saying. I should be saying customer first name equal to customer first name equal to value of 0. Why value of 0? Because this is my entire value part and this is 0. Then value of 1 will give me the last name, value of 2 will give me the address and so on. Right? I hope this is clear. So customer first name I have given. So this is how we can do that. So you can see for this key, the value is this, which is a dictionary, and this is again in this dictionary, this would be the key, and this is the value, this is the key, this is the value, and so on. So if I print this nested dictionary, let's see what it will print. So this is the one, right? 11599, customer first name Mary, last name Malone, address, city, state, pin code, right? Same way you can see we are getting. Do not get confused with the first line. Let me remove because earlier there was another print statement, right? So now see it. So if you see here, if I put it in the notepad, that's what we have got. So inside a dictionary we have a dictionary, right? So this is the outer level dictionary, right? You can see, and this is the inner level dictionary, right? So this structure will really help us out. How? For example, let's say what I intend to do is I want to get, let's say I want to get for the customer, let's say 12111, I want to get the pin code, get pin code. I just have to do this and it gives me the pin code for this. So you can see the way we have structured our data, it kind of enables us to use this kind of queries efficiently, right? And we can take it from the user also as input. So let me just show you that. So what I can do is customer ID equal to input, enter the customer ID, right? And customer detail, what detail we want, equal to input, what details you want, right? So customer ID, customer details. So I can replace this with get customer ID, customer detail. Now if I run this, I can just say, let's say for customer 256, I want, let's say, customer L name, last name. I am getting this. I hope this makes sense to you now. Now, ideally, we have done it like this, hard coded it. We could have even got it from the headers, isn't it? So we had some, at some point we have this header, right? So this header, again, we can split it based on comma, because right now the header is, I would say, this string. This string is the header right now, like this. So we can split it based on comma so that we get a list. So that we get a list and then we can use that. So let me just do a split on this based on comma. Now this customer header will be a list now. You can see this list. So what I can do is I can use customer header of, here what I can do, I can give customer header of 1, because initially we are starting from customer first name, right? So customer header of 1, customer header of 2, we are hard coding it. Not hard coding, rather, we are dynamically producing this. I hope this makes sense, and this will fetch us the same results. So, what I want, let's say I can say 256 and customer last name, and we get the same details. So I hope this would have given you a lot of clarity on how you can create your dictionary, because you might not have the dictionary already ready. You would have some raw data and you would have to frame your dictionary. It can be even a nested dictionary based on what kind of queries you want to target quickly, right? So this should make sense now to you. Now, what I want to do is we have some orders data also, right? Orders data. I want to basically join orders data with customers data. So I would wish to load orders raw data first of all, and I wish to print the loop through it line by line. And whenever I see this particular thing, I want to refer to my dictionary which I have already built, because when I refer to my dictionary, I will get those details related to that. So how do I do this? That means, how do I join orders data with customers data that way? Because customers data right now is a reference data stored in a dictionary. I would wish to refer that and bring it together. I want to merge, right? Bring it together. How do I do that? So let me load this orders data. Let me load this orders data. So I will just say, just like we have customers data, I'll load it orders data also here. Orders, or I will say raw orders data equal to, okay, and I have given this. Fine. Now what I want to do is, there is no header actually. There is no header. So I want to split this based on new line, because that's how our data is structured, right? Every line is by separated by a new line character dot split, and that should give us an array which I store in orders data, right? So I get, if I say orders data of 0, I get this, orders data of 1, I get this, and so on. Now what I want to do is, so I have orders data now. Let me remove these details. I do not want to hard code now. So we have orders data and customers data. Nested dictionary, all of this is fine. Now what I want to do, I want to get a combined result. Combined result equal to, let's say I am saying I would get my final combined results in a list. So I have defined an empty list. So I will say for x in orders data. That means I am looping over my this thing. This list I am looping over, right? So initially when I loop, it will be this record. This record will be one string. One entire line would be one string like this, uh, right? So orders data of 0 would be initially this line. So let me just come here and I say x dot split based on comma, right? I want to split it based on comma so that this I can get as a list, right? And I want to capture it inside order. So order would be a list now. You can see this. Okay. Now inside this list, what I will do is combine result dot append. What I want to append? I want to append order of 0, order of 1, order of 2, order of 3, all of this. Let me do order of 0, comma, order of 1. I'll just copy it 4 times. First of all, order of 0, 1, 2, 3. This is fine. But apart from that, whenever I see this, from this I want to refer my dictionary which I have created earlier, right? So how do I call my dictionary? What is my dictionary name? Nested dictionary, isn't it? My dictionary name is nested dictionary. Or I can use my customer dictionary also, right? I can use customer dictionary. Let's not go too nested on that, right? So customer dictionary, and in this, what I want to pass the key. The key would be what? Order of two, isn't it? Order of two is my key, right? And this should give me my combined results. Let's see. Uh, Print combined result. Some of the things, print statements, if they are there, I have to comment. uh, Let me just quickly check. For x in orders data, let me see what's the error exactly. Okay, my bad. I have to wrap it inside this so that we are appending a tuple to this. And you can see this is a list where we have order id 1 placed on this date, customer id this, order status is closed. Now we got all the details from the dictionary regarding this particular customer. That's what we wanted, right? So we use that dictionary reference in order to get these details. So it's like a join, isn't it? That we got the joined results. I'll print it, put it here so that you can have a look. So you see that this is one entry, right? So this is all the orders data, and this is the customer data related to that person who placed that order. I hope this is making sense to you, right? So we have joined. So we have performed a join using a dictionary. Even in, I mean, your big data world, or even if you're a data analyst, data engineer, data scientist, dictionary data structures are very much in use, very well used, right? And you should learn it well. It's not about what function to call and all. That is easy. But creating a dictionary in the right way, right? Whether you have to create a nested dictionary or a normal dictionary, and how to create it from raw data, right? It is something very important, because if you structure it the right way, then your queries will be solved faster and it will take less time. That's how, I mean, why do we use data structure? For efficient querying, or if my role is to insert the data or to query the data, I would use the relevant data structure which supports that properly. So for my thing, if my role is that I want to say for this customer, I want to, this customer ID, I want to get the name, then I use a nested dictionary, right? Now, if I want all the combined things in one place, then I clubbed it together, I referred it and clubbed it. So very, very important to understand the use cases in actual world for the dictionary, because this is the most widely used data structure in Python. So with this, we have covered dictionary in great detail, I believe, and you would have enjoyed the session. If you have not yet subscribed to my channel, please do subscribe now, because that will be a good motivation for me. And I'm really working hard on this playlist. You know that till now, 5 videos have been delivered, which is around 5 hours of super high quality content, which you might not even get in paid courses. You can check that out, right? So, with this, I would end the session, and I truly believe you would have enjoyed that. Thanks a lot. Hello, friends. Welcome again. Till now, we have talked about various kind of data structures in Python. So, what all have we talked about? We have talked about list, right? And we have talked about uh, tuple. We have talked about dictionary, right? And now we have to talk about one of the last data structures in Python, which is set. So last but not the least. Now I will talk about set, and set also is enclosed inside these kind of braces. I'll talk about what's the difference, then how do we differentiate dictionary and a set. Dictionary have a key value pair, right? Key and then we have a value like this, comma key value. Like this we have in a dictionary, but set is only a single value, like just a set of keys kind of. So what is a set? Set is an unordered collection. Set is an unordered collection. Now, list, was it ordered or unordered? It was ordered because you access it using the index. What? How about a tuple? Is it ordered or unordered? That is also ordered because we can use indexing in order to search for an element. We can say tuple of 2. It will give you the third element like that. But dictionary is unordered. The order does not matter. Similarly, set, the order does not matter. So it's an unordered collection where each element is unique. Each element is unique, right? You cannot duplicate the elements inside a set, right? Each element is unique and is of immutable type. I'll explain, you do not worry. That means you have to use the data which is immutable. You cannot change the data as such. So set in itself is mutable, but the elements are immutable. I'll explain you this, right? So I will demonstrate all of these statements with example. So I will go to my IDE, and what I will do is I will say status order status equal to, and now I define a set, and here I can say I have values like closed, and let's say I have completed, and then I have, let's say, processing, and then I have again one time closed, right? So you can see closed is repeating 2 times here, and we have these values. Now all of these values are of string type. String itself is immutable, right? So let me run this, and it worked, but let me print this. Let me order status. Print order status. And you can see it is printing closed, processing, and completed. So it is not printing the duplicate things multiple times, rather it is printing only one time. So that means when we have duplicate values in a set, it will discard and take it only one time. I hope this makes sense. Now I have used string elements which is immutable, right? Let me show you that can I add some more elements to it? I can say order status dot add, and I can say pending. Pending orders, let's say. I'm adding one more this thing, and let me run this. Will it run or no? I said your set is basically mutable. You can mutate the set, add more elements, remove elements, but the elements itself are immutable. But now what we are doing here, we are adding one more element to a set which is perfectly okay. It should work. It should work. Control R, it will run. Oh, I by mistake deleted this. And you can see this pending is coming. So this shows that set itself is mutable, but talking about the values, can we change that or can we use immutable data types? Let's see. So let's say I can have a tuple 1 2 3 1 comma 2 1 2 3. Is this okay or no? Will this work? So tuple, is immutable. Tuple is immutable data type, right? So definitely this should be fine. If I run this, it should print 1 2 3 only one time because it's duplicating 2 times, and it should print 1 2. So let me run, and you can see this. It's working. I used a tuple. I can use integer. I can use float. I can use string because all these are immutable data types. But what is mutable? List, right? For example, if I change this with a list, right? If I change this with a list, you can see this. Now, will this work? One and this tuple is okay, but this is a list, and list can change. So it will say unhashable types or something like that. It will message you. So it says unhashable type list because it is mutable and it is not allowed. right? I hope this makes sense. Just have a look of what I have done, right? Okay. Can I have elements of different type in this? Can I have elements of different types? Let's say I can have closed, I can have a integer 1, I can have a float 1.5, I can have a boolean true, right? All of these are immutable, that's fine. I can have a tuple, right? Will this work? Yes, of course this will. This will. You can check this out. So the properties that we have talked about is each the set is unordered collection. That means you can see the order which we have given for string, integer, float, right? You can see string is coming here even though we have given it at the starting. So order is not maintained and it's not important because it's not that you retrieve it through index. No, if you have to retrieve something you have to use a for loop to do that, right? So it is unordered, right? It is unordered and each element is unique. That means if you are putting an element two times, it is coming as one time only and is of immutable type, right? But set by itself is mutable. We can add elements, we can remove elements. That's fine. How to add? By saying dot add and then you give the element. How to remove? You can say dot remove and then you give the element. That's how you add and remove elements to the set. I hope this should be clear. Now, in this list, if we want to check out whether some element is present or not, whether closed is present or not in this, how to check? So we can say print uh, closed in order status. It will give me true or false. Gives me true because it's there. Now, if I let's say by mistake change this to uh, uh, let's say capital C, so this and this are different because it's case sensitive and it should give me a false because this is not present in the set. So, what's the purpose why we use set in industry? If we have let's say some duplicate elements and we want to get only the unique elements, we can use a set. For example, let's say we might have a list of uh, a list of numbers equal to 1 2 3 3 4 3 8 7 2 like this, and you want to get all the unique elements in this. How to do? You can quickly convert this to a set. How to do? You can say set and you can say numbers. You can wrap it inside this like this and you can say unique elements equal to this, right? And then you can print unique elements. You can see this. Now nothing is repeating as such, right? Also, if you want to see whether element is present or not, like containment operation, whether it is contained in the set or not, then we can use set. So either to remove the duplicates or to check whether the element is present or not, right? These are the two main use cases where you would use the set. I hope this makes sense. Now let's come up with a interesting example. What I want to do is I have a file called as orders.csv. Orders.csv. This is the file. I'll open it with Sublime Text. Okay. This is the file that I have here. Right. This is the file that I have. This contains all the order IDs, order date, uh, customer ID, right, and order status. These are the four columns present here. You can check this out. Right. Now I am getting certain order status from this, right? So what if I want to check what are the different types of order status or what are the unique order statuses which are there? Then how do I get it? As if I am writing a SQL query, something like as if I am writing a SQL query, select star from select distinct let's say distinct order status from orders, right? If I have to get this select distinct order status from orders, what if I want to do it in Python? I want to achieve the same results. How do I get it? Right? Now let me write the code for this. Let me write the code. What I can do is I want to read this file, right? So how do I read the file? I would have a sample code. Let me just check. Uh, 1 minute. Yeah, I'll just use this line. So with, you say with, and then you say open. That means you want to open a file. Open a file which is residing in this path. This file is on my desktop, right? This file is right now on my desktop. So I have given the path, and here the path is orders.csv. On desktop, the file name is orders.csv. I want to open it in read mode, right? As file. It's a boilerplate code. Do not worry too much, right? So this is how you give it to open a file. And now my first line here is a header. I want to ignore this. I want to go to the next line. So my pointer, I want to take it to the next line. So I will say next file. That means my pointer, I am taking it to the next line. Now I will say for each line in file, that means my file pointer is pointing here right now, right? Because this I have skipped. So for each line in file, what I want to do, I want to say line dot strip. That means I want to remove the space, because everything is a string, right? If there are any leading or trailing spaces, I want to remove from the beginning and the end. So I'm saying line dot strip, so that it removes the spaces from the beginning and the end. And then I want to split it based on comma. That means it is comma separated. So I am splitting the string based on comma, which will give me a list. And from this list, I want 0, 1, 2, and 3. Third element. So I will say of 3. And where I will capture, I will say order status equal to this. I will say order status equal to this. This I have to, of course, give it in quotes. Right? This is how I will give this. Just have a look. I will do it this way. Now, what I want to do is, I will create an empty list. I'll create an empty list. Let's say I will say order status list and define an empty list. This is how I define. I will keep adding. So I am here right now. So I parse this by a comma, splitted it, and I'm getting this particular thing. I will store it in the list. Then I will come to this line, store it in the list, store this in the list, store this, like that. I think by mistake I have given this O, right? So let me just save it. Right? So what I will do, if I have to add things to this list, what I will do, I will say this list dot append and order status. Right? I will keep appending to this. And now what I can do, if I want, I can print this. I can print order status, just to see if things are working fine or not, getting a feel of it. uh, it says complete. Let me see what has happened for line in line. 1 minute. So just let me see what has happened. Order status list dot append order status. Okay, my bad. I have to print this list, right? I have to print this list. And you can see I have a list of all these order status, right? I have a list of all these order status. That's fine. Now what I want to do, if I want to get unique values from here, eliminate duplicates, I can just wrap it inside a set. I can convert this to a set. So I will say set order status list. That means a list we are converting to a set, right? And I will say as order status set equal to this, right? And I will print this now. Print order status set. And you see complete, pending payment, closed, on hold, processing, payment review, pending, cancelled, suspect, fraud. These are 9 different order statuses that we are getting from here. These are 9 different order statuses we are getting from here. I hope this makes sense. Just have a look at it, what I have done, right? Now let's say you got these 9, but it is mentioned to you that there are some valid order statuses, right? There are some valid order statuses, and if it is beyond that, then it is wrong. So let's say we have a list of valid order statuses that is there. This is the list, let's say. These are my 8 valid, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 7 valid order status which are okay to keep. These are my valid statuses that I have, but I am getting 9 statuses from the previous one. I'll comment this line. So I want to know what are the other 2 invalid statuses that I have orders placed in, right? I want to find invalid status. What are the 2 invalid statuses that are there? That means I have a set with 7 elements, right? And I have a set with 9. I have to subtract these two. I want to check what are these 2 additional elements which I am getting, which were not supposed to come actually, right? So it's like I will say order status set minus valid order status. Here we have 9 entries, 2 extra we are getting which were supposed to be invalid. Here we have a list of 7. We are saying anything beyond this 7 is invalid and we are capturing it here. So it's like minus operation as we do in mathematical sets, right? And then I will print this invalid set, invalid status. And I can see this on hold and suspected fraud are 2 additional values I am getting from my orders, which are supposed to be data quality issues and we should not have got. Right? I hope this makes sense. Also, I could have used it differently. Instead of minus, I could have used the difference operator. I'll just show you that. I can say dot difference and I can put it inside this. It's equivalent. This is equivalent, right? So what are we getting? We are finding data quality issues and our orders have these 2 additional order statuses which are not valid ones actually. I hope this is clear. This should be good. You should be good with this, I believe, right? Okay. Now what I will do is, what we will do, we will try to read customers data also and orders data. So let me just uh, by the way, I could have done it little differently also. First I created a list and then converted to a set. Can I directly create a set, order status set? By the way, before all of this, let me comment this all code and ask you one thing, and ask you one thing. I'll just show you what I'm trying to ask you. How do I create an empty set? Let's say I say empty set equal to this. Now you will say, yeah, this is empty set because you said, sir, Sumit sir, enclose this inside this kind of curly braces. But don't you feel this was your syntax for dictionary also? Let me print the data type for this. Print type empty set. It will show it's a dictionary. It's a dictionary. Then how do we create an empty set? You can just say set like this. And this will give you an empty set. Right? I hope this makes sense. Okay. So I will say order status. Okay. I'll just uncomment this and quickly change this. So we did a 2-step process earlier. We first added the elements to a list. We converted it to a set later. Why can't we first create a set only? Right? I created a set and I can just say here order status set, instead of append dot add is the method, and I will add this. I will add this. Then all of this is not required, right? All of this is not required, and I can get the same results, right? So it's a more optimized way. Ideally, why to convert first a list and then a list to a set? Directly, I've created a set, and things have happened on the go, right? I will, before moving forward, I will move this code here so that we might have to refer it if required, right? Okay. Now, what I want to do is, I basically want to read my customers' data. I'll just write it. I'll close this first of all, right? What I want to do is, I want to find, I have my orders data where I have all the customers who have placed any one order, at least one order, and I have customers data, which hold my customers data, right? Whether they have placed the order or not, that's like a master customers data. Now I want to find all the customers who have never placed any order. That means I can say at inactive customers. Inactive customers, like a customer came on a platform but never purchased anything. How do I find it out? So what we can do, I have orders file. So the step would be read the orders file, right? Read the customers file, right? And from orders file, when I am reading, I should get again the customer ID. That means a list of all customers who have placed at least one order, and I can get customer ID from it. This is list of all customers, all customer IDs we will get. Now after that, what I would have to do, find inactive customers. That means who are there in customers data but not there in orders, right? That means, don't you feel it will be like customers minus orders, right? Customers minus orders, which are there in customers, like a registration data, but not, they have not placed any order. So let us try to implement this. So I will just take this basic code. Why to again redo that? So I will just give it a name. Let's say I will say all customers. All customers, whether they have placed the order or not, all customers, and I am defining an empty set. And I will say, on my desktop I have a file called as customers.csv, which I will show you. Customers.csv. Open with, and I'll open with Sublime, and you can see this, right? Of the customer ID, customer name, first name, last name, username, password, address, right? And apart from that, the city, state, pin code, right? So this is the customer ID, the first column. So if I have to get all customer IDs, then I read this data, customers.csv, and first line is not a header, directly data is starting. So I will remove this, right? For line in file, what I will need to do, line dot strip, that means if there are any leading or trailing spaces, remove that, dot split based on comma, and I want to get the 0th column. I want to get the 0th column, right? So now what is this? Customer ID. Customer ID. And I can just say all customers, that means I have to add it to the set. All customers dot add customer ID. That means I am creating a set where I have all the customer IDs, right? So this is done. Let me copy this and do the same for orders data also. Orders data. So I will say, instead of all customers, I will say active customers who have placed at least one order, right? I am creating an empty set, and here I will say orders.csv, orders.csv for line in file. Before this, I have to say next file, because the first line is the header. I have shown you earlier. The first line is the header. Let me just open with text edit only, no problem. You can see this. The first line is the header, and the third column is the customer ID, right? So first line I have removed, then I'm starting from second line onwards. I'm removing the spaces, split, and then I will say of 2 because I want to get the third column, and I'm getting the customer ID, and then I will say active customers dot add and customer ID. So I have two sets now. One is for all customers, all customer IDs, and one is for active customer IDs who have placed at least one order. Now what I have to do? I have to define inactive customers equal to all customers minus active customers, right? And then I can print this. I can print inactive customers. Also, I can print the length of it, that how many such customers are there who have never placed any order. Length of inactive customers. Let me run this now. So I am getting a list of these customer IDs who have never placed any order, and these are 30 such customers. 30 customers who are in our database who have never placed any order. These are inactive customers, right? So you can see, rather than just thinking of creating a set and all doing, this is how you have to do, where you think of an industry use case and try solving it, right? That's how you will learn the application of a data structure, right? Which no one ideally would teach you. Actually, people will just show some dummy values and show something, right? That's not how you have to learn. You have to learn the real use cases, right? So let me just copy this and put it inside uh, this particular notepad. I hope this makes sense. Okay. Now let me see how long is the session. Okay. So now we will see one more example. We will see one more example to this. So what we will do now is, what we will do, can we try to mimic something like a inner join, inner join in SQL? Like for example, thinking that we have a customers table and orders table, right? Select star from both the tables where uh, uh, like join, you join customers and orders on certain column which is customer ID, right? What is the property of inner join? That you get all the matching records. Can you achieve similar result in Python? Right, let's try to do that. So what I will do is, uh, I will read my customers data. So instead of saying all customers, I will say this is my customers table, and I am saying, okay, I'm creating a empty set, right? And customer ID equal to line dot strip. All of this is fine. Now, when I'm reading this customer data, I'll just show you. I'll just show you that what I want is, I want to ideally create a dictionary for customers. Dictionary in the sense, I want this customer ID to be the key, and all the remaining things should be a value as a tuple. That means if I am giving this row, right? I'll just show you that what I mean to say. Then what I want is, the key should be 1 and the value should be a tuple like this, a tuple, right? And I have to enclose it inside a dictionary. I have to enclose it inside a dictionary, so that if I tell the key, I can get the value, right? How do I make such a structure from this customer's data set? And same way we will do it for orders, where this would be the key, the customer ID here, and all the remaining things, this two columns plus this additional column, right? Order ID, order date, and order status should be the value as a tuple. right? So that's how I want to make the structure. So this should be the key order customer ID, and here the key should be again the first column. So how do I do it? So let me close this data sets. You have got a feel of a data sets now. So what I will do is customers equal to, I will create an empty set now, empty dictionary now, right? I will create an empty dictionary. Now for line in file, customer ID equal to line dot strip and of 0. This is fine. This is fine. That means this customer ID would be my key actually. So how do I add this key in this dictionary? Customers dictionary, I will add customer ID, which will be the key, and I will now give the value equal to value. Value is what? A tuple. Value is tuple and all the remaining columns. How do I get all the remaining columns? I can just take this. I can just take this and make some changes. I do not want zeroth column. Rather, I want all the columns starting from first. Right? That's like slicing you're using. From the first column, all the columns. That's your this thing. Right? I will remove all of this code for now, and I will say print uh, customers. I'll just try showing how exactly it's looking. Print customers. And you can see, for example, this is the key and this is the value. That's what we want. So key is customer ID and value is first name, last name, username, password which are encrypted, the address, the city, the state and pin code. Right? That's what we wanted. Perfect. Now let's do the same for orders data. Customers data we have read. For orders data we have to read the same way. So I will create a orders dictionary, right? And I will say orders.csv here. Orders.csv. First line was a header, so I will just bypass that line. I'll say next file, right? For line in file, and I will say here instead of customer ID, let me give a new name, order customer ID. Because from orders table I'm getting this, right? That's fine. Line dot strip dot split, and the third column there is the customer ID, right? The third column. So I am just saying of 2 so that I get the third column, and I will say orders of order customer ID because that's the key I am giving equal to, and the value is tuple line dot strip, right, dot split comma, and I am picking the from zeroth column, that means the first second column, so it will pick the first and second. Third column was the key and fourth column we want now, so we can again add another tuple to this. We can add another tuple to this. We can say plus tuple, and we again give the same thing. We give the same thing, and the we want the first, second, third, fourth column, right? So 3 this way. So this way we will get it, right? This way we will get this, and I can say print orders. Let's see. So you can see this orders, how it's looking like. This is the customer ID and this is the thing, right? This is the thing that you are getting. Just have a look, right? So this is the order ID, order date and order status. That's what we want. So in the first tuple we have got this, in the next tuple we got this, and we appended these two. We added these two. So we get a complete tuple like that. So now our data is set properly, right? Now it's like you have two tables that we can join, orders table and a customers table like that. How do we perform a join, right? We want the matching records, like an intersection of sets, intersection, right? So what we can do is, anyways, I will comment all these print statements. I'll comment all these print statements, and what I will do is I will say customers dot customers dot keys, right, and orders dot keys. That means I have a dictionary, so I am getting keys from the customers table or dictionary and keys from the orders dictionary, and I am doing AND. That means intersection, right? Whatever is matching, it will give us, and this will give us I can say inner join. If I run this and if I print this, this will give me all the matching customer IDs. Print inner join. Let me just see. Instead of key, it is sorry keys. And these are all the matching customer IDs which are there in both the tables, kind of both the dictionaries. Right? I hope you got it. Right? Just have a look. So instead of just the keys, I want to print other things also, right? Other details also. So how would I print that? So I would, instead of just printing the keys, I want other details also. So let's see how to print. So what I can do is, I can say for customer ID, for customer ID in customer customers dot keys and orders dot keys, right? I am saying okay, this particular thing give me all the intersection of keys, the keys which are there in both the dictionary. That means all the matching customer IDs, right? So I am just using this for customer ID in customer dot keys, and this what I want to do now. What I want to do, I want to get I want to get orders customer ID. That means I want to get the values. So orders is one dictionary where I am passing the key and I am getting the results from the orders table, right? How do you access the dictionary? You say, okay, this dictionary, and you give the key name, you get the value. So the dictionary name is orders and the key name is customer ID. You will get the values for this. That is a tuple, right? So you are getting the details from the orders table. Same way, you have to get the details from the customers table, right? Same way you have to get the details from customers table. So you can say customers of customer ID, customer ID, right? I hope this is clear. Just have a look, and I will again put it like this so that we can add these two, right? I hope this is clear. And this will be the value, but we have to even return a key part, right? We have to return even a key part. So once I do this, you will understand completely. Customer ID like this. So we are returning another dictionary where customer ID would be the key, the matching customer ID, and the values we are getting from both orders and customers. We are appending these two. We are appending these two, right? And since we are returning a dictionary, we have to wrap it inside this. So this is dictionary comprehension. Dictionary comprehension. And what's the name of the new dictionary that you're creating? Let's say join result. I'll explain you this again, right? So let me take it and put it in my notepad where I can explain you this. So now just have a look at this one. What we have done, we have said, okay, this gives me only the matching keys. Let's say in the first table I have 100 keys, in the second I have 200, but I get only 20 matching keys. So this gives me only 20 matching keys, right? So this customer ID list or this for loop will iterate 20 times, right? So in the first iteration, if there is a match and we get it, that customer ID is the key that will be added to a new dictionary along with values from both orders and customers table, right? So this is dictionary comprehension. We are returning a dictionary and adding elements to that, right? So that's what we are doing. I hope this is clear. Now what I can do is I can now say print join result, print join result, and let's see. I'll correct it if there is some issue. Um, for customer ID, for customer ID uh, in customers.keys and okay, my bad. I have to give this, right? That's how we get it. And you can see this. So the result that we have got now is equivalent to as if we would have done an inner join in SQL, right? So we have the customer ID, right? Customer ID, and now I am first getting details from the customer table. No, first we are getting details from the orders table, right? You can see this. This is the order ID, order date, and order status. Then we are getting details from the customer table, right? First name, last name, username, password, address, city, state, pin code. You can see this, right? And how we have written it's like a dictionary. You can see this is wrapped inside this curly braces, and we have key and then colon and then value. Value is a tuple, right? Value is a tuple. That's how beautifully we have done this, right? So this should give you a quite a good understanding, and I think we our session has become quite long. So let me. I feel I should stop it, and in the next session again I will continue our discussion on sets where I will have even more examples to demonstrate this. By the way, if you do not know, I offer a big data program, and more than 20,000 people have learned from me who have got tremendous success. If you want to have a look at the program, in the description section you can have a look at my website trendytech.in, where you can check about my ultimate and allied data engineering program, right? And I'm sure if you are a big data enthusiast, you would truly find a lot of value from my programs. So with this, I think I should stop the session. If you have not yet subscribed to the channel, please do subscribe now, and definitely you will find a lot of more interesting videos on my channel. So with this, let me end the session. I hope you enjoyed it. Thanks a lot.